Hello, Liz. Two people here, apparently. Wow. Everyone's keen. Everyone's keen. That is good. That is very good. It's what we want. You know what? You know what it is? I feel like that teacher who has figured out the right mix of activity and posture and all that kind of stuff that like he just comes to class, he knows that the kids are lining up. Like how there's some teachers who come to class and all right, kids, sit down. All right, kids, yada yada. All right, kids, come on, line up. Boys on this side, girls on this side. We've got a big day ahead of us. Come on, let's go, let's go. And then there are teachers who come to class and the kids are already lined up, like they're ready to go. This has that feeling, and it's awesome. Top rated smeller. Hello, hello. First time here or second? I feel like I've seen the name before. Uncle Wayno's chat, maybe, or maybe it was in Drew's chat. What's your name? Introduce yourself. Tim, what up? What up? Peter Van Winden. Hello, hello. That's it. Wayno's live chat. Well, I hope the second time is just as good as the first time. we don't want to be like a restaurant you go to the first time and it's like amazing, and then it's just downhill from there. We don't want to be that. We don't want to be that kind of establishment. I should be an ocean run out of pigs tonight. You ran out of pigs pretty quick on Tuesday session too. Um, for for me, it's like just don't limit your listings. I think that's it, right? There are some people who they talk about not wanting to batch because like there's a whole group of people, especially those that follow the daily refinement model, which is like you take your photos and you make sure you list it immediately so that you minimize the chances of error. And I get why they do it because it's designed to then teach other people. Because obviously, if you're taking photos and then you're leaving the photos in a folder somewhere, and then you're passing that off to somebody else to to pick up where you left off, there's a lot of dropout of quality. And so I get that whole whatever you take, you photograph, and then you turn into either you draft bank it or you make it live. But if you're just on your own and you want to really work out what you can do, you really want to work out what your maximum capacity is. Like you want to work in such a way that you discover your excess. You know what I mean? Like, so if you're taking, say, 1,000, 2,000 photos one day, and then you're trying to make them all live the next day, and you can't, okay, these are the limits if I give it my best. Next week, you try again, and some days you might exceed your best and go, okay, so this is what it takes to be in overdrive. Or is this not overdrive? Maybe this is just normal. And something amazing about that is by the time you realize you need help and you're starting to hire your first, second, third person, you pretty much know what 100% looks like, and you know what 150% looks like in short spurts, and then you know what your staff are doing. So that way, when you scale up, we can very quickly identify who's an outperformer and who's just a stock standard employee, and who's lagging behind. And so, because the last thing you want is to not know what best or overdrive looks like for you, because you've never batched lots of photos in Flow, you've never listed lots of just listings in Flow, and then when you hire someone and they end up being better at you at taking photos, or they end up better at you at packing, and you start feeling like, wait, is this right? Because at the start, I feel like when you hire someone, there's this sense of I need to be the best because I'm the owner, and it can be a bit insecure. You can feel a bit insecure if you hire like an absolute gun who knows nothing, but they're doing something better than you, and you don't want to have to mess with that. So I think that what it is you want to be so good at all your different things in Flow that by the time you hire somebody or even delegate any sort of work, even if they're a gun, you'll be like, yes, you're a gun doing one thing, I'm a gun doing 5 different things. So therefore, you're not quite there yet. And then as they start to do more tasks, you can see, is there a drop off in quality because they're doing the photos and the packing? And then now they're doing photos, packing, and they have to do some sorting. What order do they choose to do that, or do they choose to do it in my order? And that teaches you a lot about the person you hired. Do they take instruction, follow it exactly, or are they the type that will do it their own way because they have their own understanding of how they work? It really informs you of who you've got. So I think that's really cool. But it first starts with you discovering what your maximum is as a worker. Peter going, 1 second. I think the camera just dropped. Like a lazy eye. Yeah, wait. Drop too much. Was it like this? Like this? Whee! All right. Hold. Please hold. Tiger for Life's here. Chris is here. You guys are just hanging out, waiting for this to start. Peter's going, I seem to work better in batches though. My theory is I don't care if I only list 5 one day and 50 the next, as long as I'm being productive. Yep, that's it. And then the other thing is also, you want to know at what point, I think you want to know at what point you run out of gas, because some people, they will list, 5 and 10, and then they get into this habit of, they take so much pride in being regular, they don't ever work out what that overdrive looks like. I'm such a fan of the overdrive. As you guys can tell, right? We're doing listing lives at like 2 in the morning. Tomorrow I got to wake up at 7, take the kids to school. Okay. So I do that 2 days a week. But that to me is like, okay, I'm trying to figure out what that overdrive looks like. I want to figure out, okay, so on Wednesday morning, I feel like shit. Friday morning, I feel like shit, like no lie. But I'm still doing these live streams every single week consistently because I want to figure out, is this a way to get that overdrive? And then so like the first 4 weeks of listing live streams, Wednesday, Friday, I'm going, okay, I'm going to take naps to get work done during that day. But this week, I'm not taking naps. This week, I'm going to wake up in the morning and go play basketball. See if the reverse works, which is get the blood pumping to jumpstart the engine, even though I've only had 4 or 5 hours of sleep. How long can we keep this up for? And of course, I've got my critics, right? People going, yeah, he's not going to keep it up. He's not going to keep it up. Of course, I'm not going to keep it up. I'm not going to do this for 10 years straight. But for how long can I keep it up? That's the curious question, right? And it's all just to figure out where that push is, so that when I scale up, I know exactly what I'm working with. If I get someone coming through and they can push, I can at least go, that's what push looks like. Because a lot of people, they don't know what push looks like, and then they don't see it, they don't recognize it. And that happens in work all the time. When you do a job and you see managers who are micromanaging, and they don't notice excellence, because it's in the back of our heads, we know that manager has never pushed. So when that manager doesn't recognize push, doesn't acknowledge push, also we just go, well, they probably don't push. True enough, they leave, they come exactly on time, they leave exactly on time. And then the whole environment is not an environment of growth. And then these young people leave. But when they leave, there's this tension, right? Will I leave on bad terms, good terms? If I'm a pusher and I see somebody who also can push their performance, if they want to leave because the environment's not good enough for them, you know what? I guess push respects push. We go, yep, fair. This environment isn't for you to grow elsewhere. But if you're not a pusher and you're constantly fighting against employees who want to push to help your business grow, that's like limiting compounding by the number of people working for you. So we don't want that. Hence why push. Super J, yep, an hour early. Because Liz was here. If you look at the top, Liz was like, I'm already waiting. Hence, starting early because Liz has been here since 8:30. But I don't know if Liz is still here or not. Hey, there she is. There we go. Well, here's the thing, Liz. Hey, Andrew. I've got this thing mostly set up the same. So it's just a matter of plugging the mics in, making sure the phone's charged, so that we've got a camera. Tonight, because my daughter is not feeling well, so I've had to pick her up early from childcare today. So my second half of the day was more or less a write-off. So to kind of allow Jen to look after her, I told my boy, go to bed early. And if you wake up early tomorrow morning, we'll do Macca's for breakfast. And he's just like, go. So tonight's bedtime was like super easy. I even said to him, like, if you come out of your bedroom and if mom says that, you didn't go to bed, you snuck out to try and enjoy them watching TV, whatever, because she doesn't have to go to bed earlier because she's sick, then no Macca's. And he's just like, okay, I need these soft toys. If you'd find them for me, close the door, and I'll go to bed. I'm like, cool. So yeah, we're starting early. How's everyone's week been? I'm also noticing a lot of, like, when we start these live streams, a lot of like energy. I'm just like, I really, yeah, Mac is great bribe. I really wish that at least that is until they discover better food. So my son loves like gourmet sushi already. Like I reckon he would actually appreciate like an omakase course, which is scary because he can tell good sushi from bad sushi, and he's not even 7 yet. So that's a bit concerning. But the fact that Macca still does his job, I think fried food for young people, maybe it's because their stomachs can digest all that fat and they're fine. But I think, like for us, right, we don't think Macca's taste bad. Well, we don't think it tastes great. But I think it's the fact that our bodies just don't want to do the fat anymore. We take it in, we're like, yeah, this is gonna be it's toilet time that I'm not gonna enjoy. It's I'm gonna feel bloated. I'm gonna reflux. I don't want to go do anything after it. It's the fat, I think. But when you're young, it's like no registering down here at all. Ooh, Andrew just sold a vintage Geelong Cats cap for $50. Well done, well done. Cap, the one thing I have never quite understood is still footy. Okay, I'm assuming most of you here are Aussies. Oh, Flipper J, hello. Most of you here are Aussies, right? Like, I still don't quite get the sport. When I watch footy, then I've been to 3 games. I think it's 3 games. 3 games. Yes, 3 games live. The first game was first game was like Medallion Club, so like I'm guessing it's middle-ish. And then second game was up in the nosebleeds. Third game was like 4th row from the front. And every game I went to, the action was on the further side of so it's like they were all side-on view, and the worst, and they were all like the play was on the further side of the field. And I was just like, this is so annoying because I can't see what's happening. Whereas with soccer, there's some sort of I feel like there's a more balanced distribution. With basketball, purely big, which is the sport that I play, purely on a shot clock basis, there has to be move. The football pretty much touches every portion of the court. But with footy, I just feel like if I turn up and do you guys know that the action's going to be on one side of the field just by seeing who plays? Or is it a case where it's random based on weather, because I asked a bunch of people who were there, and they were like, oh, it's based, someone told me it's based on the wind, someone told me it's based on who's on the field. But I'm like, the rotations have changed throughout the game and the actions still remain on the one side. So help me to understand that. I think that's probably what I'm trying to get at about footy. like I know the game. I learned, like I can play it. I know how the game works. I know all the rules. But just the fact that the experience of watching it just didn't feel satisfying because, yeah. Whereas, like, with basketball, like Steph Curry is going to curl this way, that way. But essentially, regardless where you are in the stadium, you'll see action close to you and further away from you. I just didn't like the fact that the action was further away and it just didn't want to make it down to this side. And I was just like, I found that a bit curious because it would go up one side and then it'll come up the other side. And then I just thought, how do people, and I looked at the stadium's distribution, people were sitting fairly evenly spread. So then I went, if people know, then do people just know that the action happens on one side? Like, do the real fans know that, all right, the Geelong's playing Carlton this week, which means that they are probably going to be playing on that side of the field, so we're going to get those seats, so we're closer to the action. Or does that nobody actually know? In which case, then the guy's saying it's just the win, or is that it? It's as random as it. You just turn up, grab a beer, and hope for the best. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, because if you can imagine, you bring a tourist, if you're a tourist, and you get invited to a footy game, especially as a host, you're like, I'm going to get the best seats so I can introduce you to this game that's local to my country, and you can't even determine where you're going to sit. You know what I mean? Right foot players tend to favor kicking down the right side of the field, but in saying that, most players can kick. See, that's what I mean, right? If it's the right foot thing, then it technically should be. It will just go anti-clockwise. isn't it? So if I sit on this side, I'll see play go to the left on the further side and then to the right on my side. But the fact that he just kept being on one side, I was just like, yeah, it just felt, yeah, I don't know. AFL. So back, we're talking about AFL. The fact that play is on one, the 3 games I've been to live, action was always on the further side, the side furthest away from me. So essentially, if you're going to the left, they were kicking on the right, and if you're going to the right, they were kicking on the left. And I just couldn't I couldn't understand why it's not evenly spread. Like in soccer, you've got the right and the left wings, and the ball tends to go either side depending on what the defense gives. But just the fact that it was consistently on the further side, despite the swapping of sides, it just got, yeah, I just found that quite interesting. And I wanted to know if anybody who actually watches the sport knows why that is. Or maybe I'm just unlucky for the 3 games I've been to. And if I go to a whole season, it will even out. Is that the answer? Hey, Wendy. Peter's like, it's pretty random. Okay, cool. So it's not just me then. There's no hidden knowledge I need to acquire to appreciate the game. Oh, okay. Next question is there any way for Aussie rules to make Aussie rules look sexy? Because you when you talk to anybody who plays like American football, soccer, basketball, they're all like, now footy is like they look at footy players and go, they're all so fit. It's amazing. Like they admire the fitness level, the fact that you're taking contact, you're still jumping that high, you're taking contact, you're sprinting, you're stopping your and the start the stop start of the motion is like next level. All that fast twitch fiber that's going on. But why isn't it sexy? Like, why don't we know how to make it look sexy? Because you look at the Americans and the Europeans with whatever sports they play, they seem to find a way to make it look sexy. But somehow with us, it still doesn't look. It still looks like a backyard game for the most part. Or yeah, how would you make AFL look sexy? That's a pretty big question. But yeah, for those of you who watch a variety of sports, how would you make AFL look sexy? I don't want to say too much. If I say too much, I'm gonna get in trouble. Might lose subscribers if I say too much. Gonna make it a banner. I reckon that'll be worth it. How would you make AFL sexy? maybe hot take. Hot take. Let me know if I'm wrong. Ban the mullet. If you ban the mullet, AFL will be sexier. Like if they all had haircuts that look like Christian Grey, AFL will be sexier. Ban the mullet in general. All right, so here we go. We've got suggestions include banning the mullet, short shorts of the 80s. Yep, yep. And I think that's it, right? Like the players now are definitely like I feel like there's an understanding of muscle tone compared to back in the the 60s and 70s, 80s even, where players were not that toned, but they were still strong, but they just didn't look that strong. And now I feel like players look strong, but they may not be stronger. Players are definitely taller too. I feel like Buddy Franklin, that kind of thing, right? Like that frame with all those, the deltoids and whatnot, nice and curved and whatnot. Yeah, just tighter would work. Yes. Beck, she hooked up with my dad early 80s. He was a mad Fitzroy supporter, didn't know anything about AFL, but thought they were sexy in short shorts. uh, oh, bringing the perm back, really? I have a bad relationship with the perm because when I was, I think, 6, maybe I was 5, I thought that I was thirsty, and my grand aunt used to run a salon out of her house, and she would repurpose drink bottles for putting the various chemicals. And the story is a bit hazy, even for my parents, but essentially they left me alone there for a bit. I apparently drank a good portion of that bottle of that perming liquid, and then I had to get my stomach pumped. So then, yeah, whenever I smell that perming liquid, remember, yeah, mm, memories. Must have great arms. Agree, agree. Dusty Martin, huh? Hey, Sandra, muscles and tats. There's a guy. I'm not sure who follows the footy. Follows the Premier League here, but there's a player called Adama Traore who plays for the Wolverhampton Wolves. He They found out that he wears like baby oil so that players cannot like other players cannot grab him as easily. But it also ends up with all his photos looking like glistening, and he's like a Spanish black kind of nationalist. So he's got like African, like a not like dark skin, like milk chocolate kind of look, and it's like glossy, kind of oily. So maybe all AFL players should wear baby oil before they play. So now we've got them in we've got them in tight shorts, tight short shorts. We've got them not having a mullet, looking like Christian Grey, or with a perm, debatable, with muscles and tats, and wearing baby oil. I think we're getting somewhere with this. We should just record this section and send it to the AFL. Buddy Franklin also oils up. There you go. And is it no surprise that he's one of the better looking guys? When you look at most rotation, like, yeah, he doesn't look too bad. I think there's a correlation. The baby oil. Matilda, we're trying to make AFL sexy again. That's the topic of tonight. Like we arrived here because Peter, is it you? Was it you? Was it you that we are congratulating for the hat? No, Andrew. So we're on the topic because Andrew sold a Geelong Cats vintage hat for $50 that he paid $1 for plus postage. Who is my team? Somebody asked me that question a while back, and because the first game I watched was Bombers and Blues, or was it Bombers and Cats? No, it was Bombers and Cats. And I remember thinking, I think James Hurd was still playing, and then I was just like, Matthew Lloyd, Dustin Fletcher. I said 3 names, and then they were like, all right, name 3 names on any other team, and I went, Nathan Buckley, and that was about it. Ackermanis, and then they went, yeah, if you know more players on one team, then that's your team. So essentially, the Bombers are my team. But I've only been to like those 3 games, and that was about it. Do I know anything about them now? No. Apparently, they're doing well. Apparently. How many of you, if your parents, are on the fence of like, I will let my kids play AFL versus I will not let my kids play AFL? Or are you one of those, I will let my kids play AFL when they know where their body, how to place their body, in which case then there's a certain age. What's the general consensus around kids in AFL? Like my kids will probably never play AFL, but because they just don't seem to be the type to be interested in it. But I do, but whenever I see it come up in the school conversation, there tends to be this sense of like, my kids want to play footy, and then some parents will be like, you sure? Matilda's playing the game called Show Your Age by showing your preference of sexy shorts. Up until this point, we were at 80s, and now you've gone to the 70s. Don't have kids, but I would have my kids swim and play AFL. Swimming is so necessary. Like my kids do swimming only because it's a survival thing, I guess. But yeah, like the and even when we're choosing activities, it's like you can't not let them finish their swimming because you just don't know. Especially, I feel like kids are hanging out with each other a lot more at a younger age. Was back then maybe a bit older. I don't know, but it just feels like my kids are more likely to find themselves in water a lot earlier than later. Yeah, so swimming so crucial. Liz, football is a lot cheaper and safer than something like horses and dirt bikes. That's like that's such an extreme comparison, though. It's like saying, oh yeah, I suppose Vegemite sandwiches are cheaper than making sushi by hand every day. It's like there's a lot in between those two. There's a lot in between AFL and all the way to dirt bikes and stuff. Although there are some people that I know whose kids do, what was it, lacrosse? I've heard is quite expensive because it's just everything that comes with it. Calisthenics apparently are quite expensive too. Like not every kid growing up needs to ride horses or have dirt bikes, but there's a lot of parents who go, do gymnastics, do calisthenics because it's good for girls, like core muscles, whatever else. It helps you with, when you want to give birth to babies later and be a good mom. But like you look at the entry point. They go, yeah, start at 3 years old, and then you got the costumes, you got the coaching, you've got the sessions, you got the number of sessions, and you go, wow. Then you get the competitions, then you got the accommodations, and then it ends up being. I think one of my friends, his daughter is doing gymnastics competitively, and it's something like 10 grand a year, depending on the number of competitions she does. I'm like, that's insane. After tax, 10 grand a year just to do an extracurricular thing. Wow, it's nuts. Uni is cheaper. No, maybe not anymore. My uni would have been cheaper. School, that's like that's like going to private school. If you pay a grand a month for private school, you add a grand on top of that for gymnastics. Wow. Matilda, I've asked kids if they want to play footy. 6 wants to dance. Tick. I mean, dancing. Now, dancing is something that I wouldn't mind watching my child do from when they are crap to when they become good. Because we talked about, I think, in one of the other lives about classical music. Like going to recitals when they are crap is going to be so painful, especially especially because if they start when they're like 6 or 7, they're at that age of like, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. So therefore, they're crap on stage and looking at you and saying, looking at you with these eyes of like, why are you not looking at me? Why are you on your phone? Why are you talking to your friends? Look at me, look at me. I'm the best thing in the world. Like, nah. So classical music, very hard to do. But dancing, super cute, right? When they're 6 and 7, they're like tumbling around and just trying to figure it out, and their rhythms bit off. It's all cute. So yeah, dancing, I reckon from start to finish. Yeah, Auskick. I've got a few friends whose kids are doing Auskick at the moment. Baseball. Yeah, baseball would be expensive. Leah. Love horses. At least dirt bikes can sit in the shed without daily attention. Liz, horses and gymnastics got to the point where I had to pick one. Horses won. Is it true that Jen's main reservation with gym actually has to do with the whole body image, the criticism that the girls get at a very young age, or is that just like an outsider's assumption? But it can actually be a very encouraging environment once you're in. Yeah, I'm curious. Those who have done gym, let me know, because I definitely see the whole benefit of like core strength and being able to avoid injury going forward, because you know where your body where you know where to place your body doing various things. But at the same time, it is self-image, right? Very important too. So especially for little girls. Peter's PlayStation, a few games is cheaper than any sport. Charger, how are you? Rob, I remember now. If he becomes the next Hugh Jackman, I'll be happy. I say he was born performing. You. And lots of attention on Australians too. I mean, you've got what? Is it offensive to say that Margot Robbie is the new Nicole Kidman, or is it like nobody touches Nicole Kidman? Margot Robbie is Margot Robbie. They're both famous. It's almost like sometimes people like to say, like, I remember growing up, if I had a celebrity crush, it was Charlize Theron, and somehow, no matter what, in my head, nobody touches Charlize Theron, even at this point. So yeah, is it off? Do Aussies go, nah, Margot is not there yet, despite the fact that she probably makes more money, has done more films? You just go like Nicole Kidman's on her own. Andrew, I would like my son to play AFL, but I see him being more of a rev head. Cool. Leah, my daughter did vaulting, which is gymnastics on horseback. Damn, that's nuts! Gymnastics on horseback. It's crazy. All right, guys, we're gonna be quiet now. Leah and Liz are gonna one up each other on the things that they've done when they were younger. Eventually, they're gonna start saying things like, "I used to ride a horse backwards, upside down, shooting arrows through flaming hoops on water." Margot is way better. more versatile. I think definitely more versatile. But you know what? But you know what I'm trying to say? Like there are people who, when you have what's the word? Like it's not even about skill. Sometimes it's just like there's classes, right? You know how some people will go, there's Harrison Ford, and then whoever comes up, they just kind of it's like Hall of Fame. I think that's what it is. It's like we're not gonna make a call until you're done, so to speak. Peter says Andrew Thornton, motorsport's going to be super expensive for you. You can make you know what you could do, Andrew? You could do these you could install bicycles at every single point of your house, and every time he sits down to do anything, he has to cycle for the energy in the house to kind of offset his fuel consumption on his little bike, go-kart, whatever it is that he uses. Like cycling just to keep the light on while he's doing his homework. It'll help with the pedal response time. I don't remember that being a thing in gym, although I don't think I was in there long enough to notice the body image side of it. Mr. Roberts, hello, hello. Are we all listening tonight? I know some of you are taking photos as well. What is everybody doing? Let us know. Just popped on, listing. Off to the best start so far. Photos are done. I'm listing until my photos run out. John, you actually made at the start of this chat, we were talking about how you should essentially spend a whole day just taking photos to see how many photos you can take until your eyes bleed. Not literally, but you get the idea. It's just like when you just notice that your speed's going down. How do you push through that? Essentially discovering what your push looks like, because obviously if you're going to hire somebody in the future, then you'll know what a hard worker outperformer looks like. But at the same time, also just accumulate, seeing how much you can produce in just one task, and that way you can chop and change a lot better. When you go, all right, if I do 3 hours of photos, I know that I'll get to that slow point, then I'll do 2 hours of packing away. But you need to first get to that point of pushing past the drowsy, past the daydreaming, past the distraction, past the I don't want to do it anymore. And then there's a byproduct of that. Every Tuesday and Thursday, you never run out of photos. I've never run out of photos. I always, if anything, I take too many photos sometimes that I end up having items that I can't list because I've already got them listed and I need to wait for them to sell. Or if I want to list them, even if the conditions vary, I know that it's going to mess with the pricing and I have to leave it alone and I have to choose what I put and don't put up. Yeah. Leah, listing a soft toy, some beer glasses, and a jacket. If I can work out a price. What's if you're putting it on a bundle, then I guess that's why it's complicated working out a price. But what's the holdup? What's making the working out of the price tricky? Let us know. Mr. Furlong's here. Just got home. We'll go freshen up and get cozy, then come back and join in for a bit. Please spare no detail as to how you freshen up and get cozy. Chris finds it creepy when I stare at him. Sharon PKs and stacks. I did work through 100 CDs and work out what I can list: some electronic, dance, hip hop, country, and pop. Nice, nice, nice. Nothing romantic, nothing of the Mills and Boone nature. I feel like you're our Mills and Boone guy. When Mel's not here, you're a Mills and Boone guy. Even when Mel is here, we still call you a Mills and Boone guy. Our Mills and Boone guy. Here's a tongue twister. Say Mills and Boone 10 times. Mills and Boone, Mills and Boone. AFL Lions jacket, don't know the era and prices are all over the place. Can't find one the same. You just price up and then check back in a month or two. And usually when that happens with me, right? If I find an item that I can't find comps on, even on Terapeak, I list it really, really high. And then in a month or two, I see how many suckers come and list that same item because they think that I am the guiding star, and I just cut my prices from that point on. So if you list it too low, you may not. Essentially, what you're doing is you're creating a false positive to invite other people to list the same thing, because you never know who's actually waiting to see what it would sell for as well. So if you're that first one, just go, one night. If it's like, if you wreck, your gut always has a number. So like if you think of I'm trying to find an example, like a decent-ish example. I was gonna use Bluey, but Bluey's common. All right, say this watch. Say I got this watch, right? I know that G-Shocks usually go for about $100 to $300, depending if the special editions or not. This one's white, so therefore I'm gonna say it's about $100 to $200 retail. And then if I go, oh, but I don't find any comps of this exact color with this exact finish and this exact, inside versus the outside, and in this condition, I'll just go fine, retail plus 50%, because I'm gonna go. People might pay brand new prices if it's in brand new condition, plus the fact that it's not found. So I go 250. I'll wait for other people to then list it at, well, if he's doing 250, I'll do 249, 239, da 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 da. And then I'll just go 190, 190, 195 plus best offer 150. Not because I want, because that will help me move it quickly. It's still profitable. I'm not getting sucked into my own lie, if that makes sense. At that point, I'm not going, oh, but what if it sells for 200 though? Like, I know it's not going to. It's a secondhand watch. It's a pretty common watch. It's only getting that premium because it's not available. But if I'm creating that first false positive and the rest of the people who want to list are getting sucked into my little false narrative, great. You're now providing the price reference. I'm just going to go down to 150 and I'll take that 150 and I'll sell my watch. And you guys can just sit there. So from that point on, I get the first sold, I am the sold, and then everyone else is kind of just waiting now, because the market now knows, there is someone who will take 150. You see what I'm trying to say? And if you wanna play it even better, take new photos completely. So by the time you see through 2 or 3 comparisons, you just delete your listing, create a new one with new photos. Done. Sold. So yeah, that's what I would do. But of course, there's also the chance that someone might pay your high figure before these suckers come along, because the item really is that rare. But ultimately, when you have comparison, your gut kicks in and go, this probably isn't really worth 300. It's probably worth like 150. I'll take the 150. As long as it's profitable, move on. You don't get sucked into it. That's what I would do. What would you guys do if you were in that no comp one of a kind type situation? Retroranga, hello, hello. No worries, Leah. Yep, Rob's in the list high and see what happens. John's going, I have a stack of Mills and Boone next to me just in case. I feel like no man should say I have a stack of romantic novels next to me just in case. I'm trying to think of a situation when that would be, unless you're a romantic writer, then you can say it's for work. But then how close is that statement to the statement, I buy the magazines for the articles? I feel like it's a slippery slope and it's not a very long slope either. But clearly context matters, right, John? Because within this context, we know it's for listing. Which is why we say don't take things out of context, because that statement in any other context would not be interpreted the same way. Only put them there a few minutes ago. Cool. It's 9:26. Shall I start a half-hour timer? I think it's a good time to start. This is dope. I reckon. Yeah, next session, just come on early if you want to come on early. The chat seems to work, even though I'm not live, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, if I see anybody on, I'll just get it started. If I can. I mean, 9:30 is just an indicative time. No reason why we have to exactly start at 9:30. Yeah. 16 people in the chat. Let's go. Up. Bye, Wendy. Oh yeah, puppy dog. We started at like 8:30. Which so yeah, I'm gonna just stand by from now on, and then essentially, if you guys want to come in the chat, start chatting, and then if I see you guys around there, I'll just start. Minions Gru gun. Minions fart gun. Toy seller, remember? How's everyone going? So since the early start, I've done 34 listings so far. Tom undoubtedly in his short time here has probably already done 20, 30 maybe. Thanks, Puppy Dog, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Funding my coffee for these live streams. John, we will work up to the volumes. I think that's it. Like you just do what you're gonna do, and then eventually you'll find you're doing 200, 300, and the next thing you know, you and Tom can have your little ticker running on the side. Maybe one of these days, if we all happen to find ourselves in the same city, we can set you guys up on a table like a hot dog eating contest, and we'll time lapse it and see these two piles of CDs just kind of like that'll be fun. Ah, Figsy, how are ya? When you're a toy seller, you get like really cool things in lots. Like this fart gun doesn't actually sell for very much, but occasion. Okay, so most toys I feel you give them to kids, and they don't get as much utility out of them, such that you were better off selling it to even get like $10, $20 profit. And then there are toys that are not worth very much that you give to a kid and it just lives on forever. And this is one of those things, right? I've had this in my house probably for the last 2.5 years now. And it's probably the most consistently asked for. Daddy, no more battery. Daddy, change the battery. Daddy, change the battery. So, and it's even got lights. Like the lights change color. Look. So there's a green, and then there's like a red and a yellow. Yeah. So like, regardless of, hey Dave, what's up? Hey Paul. Yeah. So regardless of Nigel and Cindy, how are ya? Yeah. So regardless of whatever toys are in the house, whenever there's more than a few kids here, this is the toy that gets the most wear. Like you would think, oh no, there's a whole box of costumes, there's a whole bunch of soft toys. We've got every bluey toy imaginable. We like three train tables side by side connected by a vice grip full of Lego. This toy. All right, here's a bit of a trivia for you. What do you out of I think I forget the question, but essentially, what is historic out of I think they did like a survey and they say what is the most popular toy for a child? Like the most they surveyed children across, I think it was multiple different cultures, and they asked them what is the most popular toy across all cultures. What do you think it was? The box the toy came in. Good guess. Lego. Yep. Any more? Soccer ball. Okay. A lump of coal in a sock. Ball. Whoopee cushion. This I feel like because of so many things that can be used as a toy, if I don't reveal the answer until the end of the live chat, I doubt anybody will actually get it. I was quite surprised by the answer, but then when they said the answer, I'm like, oh yeah. car, doll, gun. All good guesses, all incorrect. This kind of shows, by the way, these answers show you just how developed we are and how complicated we make life for everybody. Scissors, a scissor race. Plush. Plush, book, yo-yo, Barbie, stick. There we go. The prize goes to Nigel and Cindy. Stick. It's a stick. And then, like, you see what I mean? Like, when someone says stick, you go, holy shit, of course it's a stick. You take kids out anywhere, the first thing they pick up is a stick. And then that stick for the remainder of that trip, where they have no toys, is a guitar, is a telescope, is a freaking flag, is a pencil to draw on the ground, it's a gun, it's a sword, it's a stick. Yeah. And I think that's like when I learned I learned that. Listen, it was a joke. Yeah, like sitting on a sticky base though. So kids are dogs. More or less, I think. Like if you think of little kids and you think of dogs, they're quite similar. I'll tell you a story. So my son, when he was in prep, so 6 years old, and he was away from school for 4. Maybe I've told this story before, but lots of new people. Tell it again. So he was away from school for 4 days. Monday he was off till Thursday because he was sick. He just couldn't get out of bed. And then on Friday he goes to school, and then he comes back. He's a bit, I'm like, how was your first day? Don't want to talk about it. And we just thought maybe he was still recovering, so we just let him be. And he wasn't very good at listening. He didn't want to go take a shower. He did take a shower, but he was a bit annoyed. But the shower kind of freshened him up. Eventually, when we got into bed, we were giving him a cuddle. He said, "My friends bullied me today." And we were like, "No, wait, what?" So I'm class rep, so I know most of these kids, and so when he started saying names and telling me what essentially what it was, he got to school, and these kids, he said, I got to school, and these kids told me the names. I know who they are. They came and played with me, but then they started jumping on me, and then I couldn't tell. They wouldn't get off, and I cried, and then they eventually got off, and then the teacher had to help me. Why did they bully me, right? And you gotta see where this is going. To that comment, my kids are like dogs. I said, when you don't see your aunt's dog, so my sister's got a dog. My sister has essentially decided she's gonna just have fur babies only, and he's gone. I'm like, what happens when you see your aunt's dog? And he goes, she runs up to me and jumps on me. And is it because that's bullying or because she misses you? Because she misses me. Yeah. If kids at school don't care about you, they don't care that you're not there. All the year 12s don't know who you are. But the people in your class, clearly they're your friends. They miss you. So to the point about kids are like dogs, that's essentially what kids do at this age, right? It's like they see their friend come back after 4 days of absence, they're like, ah, just like stacks on. And he came back thinking that he was bullied, but obviously some reframing was necessary. So there you go. Kids are like dogs. I'm liking this chat. Today, this is probably the first time we've kind of gone completely off reselling topics. Like every question so far has just been, everything has just been like life type chat, which is cool because we're all very different. We're all, we're all not just about work, are we? So we're not reselling machines as much as we like to be. Yeah, this is wholesome. This is very wholesome. Any reselling? Does anyone have like a burning reselling question they want to ask? They want to ask the people in the chat. If you do, if anything crosses your mind, feel free to pop it in. We'll deal with it whenever we finish a listing session. But if you think we've done enough talking, let's start a fresh 30-minute session. Free postage or charge for. Damn it, Peter! Look, if people want to write out that question, if someone else asks that question, we'll cover it in the next 10-minute slot. But let's start a fresh 30 minutes. I think we've gotten all that talky energy out. Anyways, with the early start, I'm going to see if I can do 200 tonight because normally it's about 100, 120. All right, quick one. What's the worst name a customer has called you via eBay message? Probably name. Not a worse name, but when they call you a liar or they call you dishonest or they call you a scammer and they essentially they impute an intention to what you have done when clearly it's been miscommunication and you don't have a chance to clear your name. It's the whole like when they drag your name through the ground. That pisses me off the most. Um, I'm okay with what the fuck. I'm okay with like what the hell is this because not what I expected. Um, and usually it's not even because I did a bad job. It's just because the packaging got so banged up that the item just got damaged, and it does happen very rarely. But then obviously it leads to like a what the. So, but then at least they give you the chance to explain yourself, and then that's fine. The but yeah, those ones who don't give you a chance to explain yourself, they just essentially say you're a liar, you're a scammer, you're dishonest, and then they just no reply. I've I remember that used to piss me off a lot until someone said, "What if they messaged the wrong person? Did they actually talk about the actual item?" And I looked at someone and said, "Oh, actually, maybe they're not talking about my item." So now what I've done is whenever I get called dishonest or whatever, I just basically go, "You sound really angry. Clearly not my intention, and by my feedback, you can tell that more of my customers are really happy. Just wondering, are you messaging the right seller?" And then actually a good chunk of them have been like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I clicked on the wrong item in my purchase history." Da 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 da. So haven't really been called many bad names, but I'll let the chat chime in. What are the worst names you've been called via eBay message? Oh, right. Oh my gosh, this chat's been happening. You see the chat moving in my periphery. What's been happening? Da 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 da. Everyone else feels like it's the library. Wait, where was it? Everyone else feels like it's the library, and the naughty ones are whispering down the back. That's the idea. That's literally the whole point of this session, right? It's the fact that those who want to work can work. So during the 30 minutes, I did a really bad job in the last chat where I found myself talking at really weird intervals. And I just thought, if someone was here actually wanting to get work done, then I wasn't fulfilling that. So therefore, I'm keeping myself very disciplined. During 30 minutes, I'm just not saying anything. But the chat's meant to be for those, as you would in a library, those with the chat window would just da, 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 da. So therefore, the only noise you hear is the typing during the time we are working, and then we come back and talk. Yeah, John's figured out the secret formula for this success. Tuesday was my first time doing one of these sessions. So good to know others are working when I am. That's the other thing, isn't it? The fact that we come here, if we are reselling and we're not, especially after a job, everyone's gone to bed. You're in your little room. Maybe you go down to the garage, your basement, whatever spare space you've got to do this. You're often doing it alone, and you're often doing it not knowing if anyone even knows what you're doing. And oftentimes you are in that place where you're seeking validation when you start. And even when you're scaling up, you're still seeking validation because you don't have a mentor or a coach. You've just got a community, or you hope to have a community. So I'm hoping that by having a Tuesday and Thursday, a regular live stream, that you guys coming together will more or less be able to benchmark, not in a comparison, I'm not as good as other people sort of way, but more of a, they're doing that, I'm not doing that, why not? Why should I do it? Does it fit? Does it not fit? Hey, you do that, does it apply to me? Here's what I do. That's really it. And I'm noticing that actually in the last two sessions, I'm noticing more of, I'm here, I'm in this state, you're in that state, we're in the same state, let's meet up. I'm noticing things like, I sell this thing, you sell that thing, I don't like to sell that thing, can I give my stuff to you? I'm noticing, so more connection in the chat, which is really powerful. You would think that the chat's probably not the best place to connect, but people seem to be connecting in the chat, which goes to show if you want to connect with somebody, you connect with them anywhere. So I like that. Sandra, you didn't really miss a lot. Most of it was relating to how do you make AFL look sexy, and we arrived at short shorts, no mullets. The perm is debatable, baby oil, and somehow just short shorts seems to stick out. People seem to be really into the short shorts. Nigel and Cindy, yes, it's actually a lot happening at the same time. I used to think live streams were. I used to think the hardest thing about live streams before I did live streams was the fact that I'd be really awkward in front of camera and self-conscious. Turns out that's not the worst thing. The hardest thing actually is keeping track of everything that's happening and choosing what you focus on and what you ignore for certain periods of time. So, which also then comes to show those people who do gaming live streams, that's like the laziest form of live streaming, because really you're just playing and you're focusing on one thing, ignoring completely the other thing that's happening. And people in the chat are just commenting, and you maybe read, maybe not. So the fact that we have listing and then going to talk about something, and if a good question comes out, we end up with a really awesome discussion. So yeah, I'm also learning that I say so a lot, and I don't want to do that. So if I keep saying, there's 27 of you guys here. If I keep saying so, I want you guys to like bag me out in the chat because I need to fix this. This reminds me of that time when I was in a lecture, and there was a international student who had to do a presentation, and it became, I didn't realize she was saying and then a lot until I looked at one of my friends next to me, and she was doing this. And then we all couldn't keep it. We all noticed it. So therefore, hence, I need a thesaurus words that replace the word so. Go for it. But yeah, I was rewatching some of these live streams. to get out the snippets that I wanted to turn into individual videos that were more topical, and the so was sticking out so much, a lot. Help me out. Okay. La 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 da 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 da. Avalon's here soon. Where's grandma tonight? Probably sleeping. Thursday is thus on Thursday, that's when the Disgruntled Octopus and Grumpy Granny do their recordings. From what I hear, it is very full on work and takes a lot out of the granny. We'll get to this question in a bit, Rob, because that looks like a pretty big one. See, Liz wanting to pass something to Tom to sell. Tom going, not interested, but you don't. And I think also Tom declining probably because it's not something that he wants to do on a regular basis. You're more of a machine. You want to do things quickly. I'm getting to a point as well where people give me random lots, I don't want them. Not because I don't want stock, but because it'll process slower and there's a lot more inertia. If any of you guys are having trouble sourcing for things consistently, or if the thought of niching down scares you because you're afraid you're not going to get enough stock, use Tom as an example. Paul, who with spare parts, you're Figsy with the games, you're going to find stock. That's the least of your worries. You really want to get so quick at processing the same thing and all its variations that your speed is your competitive edge, your knowledge is your defensive moat, and then from that point on, you start just growing in market share within that little narrow niche. And here's the thing: if you become the leader in a very, very narrow niche, it's more reliable than trying to be good at a whole bunch of different things across a bunch of different niches, even to be a general leader, because you'll see a lot of inconsistencies. You'll get frustrated. You'll get tired because you're not getting the return on your effort compared to if you efficiently, and as Tom puts it, lean processing. You'll get a lot more done for your effort, your time, and your brain also isn't actively trying to think and process new information. Oftentimes we take that for granted. We really do. We don't recognize how many decisions we make on a daily basis until we take them out. So a good example is, I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, I wear the same T-shirt most days. It's that black one with there's like a carabiner or like the word summit on the chest. I bought 12 of them from Kmart because about 6 years ago, I realized I didn't like thinking about what I wear every morning. So I wear the same T-shirt every single day. And I've got also the same 3 or 4 pairs of track pants. Don't think. The only thing I think about is like shoes. But even then, if I wake up in the morning and I know that I'm tired, I have 2 of the same pair of DC shoes, pure. That's the one I like wearing because it's just comfortable. I wear it for working. I love skate shoes in the factories because it's soft and squishy. They're like fashionable Crocs. I feel functionality wise, they're like fashionable Crocs. So try taking a whole bunch of decisions away during your day that are unnecessary, and you'll realize how much clearer you think, how much faster you work, and how much better your outcomes are. Flipper J is going for a coffee and a ciggy. I need a coffee too. I had one an hour and a half ago. I feel like another one anyways. There we go. Matilda says she's interested. Liz, find me on Facebook. The chat, man. This is like a town square. Love it. If you ever want to see a cat jump 2 meters in the air, open the garage door when it's standing right near it. I don't know where most were taken and how old really. Some are labeled with, I'm assuming, the correct place. The rest I wouldn't have a clue. Don't need to just throw them up with a stab in the dark. It's the mystery people love. That is true. Some people will just buy hoping, thinking maybe. Do you scan old photos to list? No. Watched an American guy was scanning in postcards and photos, made it sound easy. There are some machines that do it. I don't know much about them, but there is some insane machine that scans 500 postcards one after the other, from what I understand. As you get bigger, you start discovering tools that exist. Whoa! I didn't think it. Wowzers! I didn't think to simply put them up as a random lot, but I think this is where they were taken. And best of luck to the buyer working out what is really in them. Yeah. To that point about Pokemon cards, I remembered having this conversation. It might have been with Chris about, that's right. I think we were having we bought Happy Meals. I think maybe it wasn't with Chris because I don't think Chris would have bought a Happy Meal. I bought Happy Meals with somebody and they were the Pokemon cards that came with them. And we worked, and you would get more money with them unopened than if you took out the cards and sold them individually. Goes to show that the mystery of something, the unknown, the elasticity is in the unknown. Therefore, if you have something that you're identifying and you're realizing that the more you identify, the per unit value is actually going down because no one gives a crap about the actual detail, let the value be in the mystery and just list it as a mystery thing. eBay may not be the best place to list something as a mystery thing, although I don't think you get penalized for it if it's obvious it's mystery. So for example, if you take a photo of the top of a box, it's very obvious the inside is not clear. You can just say mystery box of random photographs, make me an offer, and then take whatever offer you get, ship it off, and then it's their problem or their joy or Friday night activity from here on out. Yeah, that's what some people don't. Some people just want the mystery, the explorer. It's almost okay. That's what I would do. The details don't matter. It's a visual exploration that some people seek, and then they can try and solve it themselves. You almost ruin it by telling them too much. Don't ruin it for them, Liz. I think that's the same appeal with what was it? Adult games where people buy like a bunch of dice and they just roll the dice, and the dice will tell them what sexual adventure they'll go on. I wonder if me saying that on YouTube will make this video like limited to a certain viewer later. Anyways, but it's like those dice, right? You roll, and they'll tell you the location, where to do the act, what act to do with who. Da, 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 da. It's that mystery. It's that whole. Don't tell me too much. Don't give me the idea. Just give me the box, and I will take the journey myself. Fresh. I think that's it. I'm not horny. Just commentary on marketing, putting it out there. John's coffee as well. I need that coffee. Lol, that fart sound. So good. Hey, Gerard's in. Gotta go make lunch for tomorrow. Okay. Liz going, wish I knew them 8 months or so ago. Since getting them photos, I moved to books, and now I have a few hundred, maybe thousands in my house. Not sure I can fit much more. Always learning. Indeed. More deals, more deals. Surly's in the house. Hello, hello. More learning, more learning. Avalon's back. Hey! Kamel send Jonathan Torres. I need CDs, John. All right, anybody, if you guys get sick of CDs, just send them to Tom. At least you know he has enough space to receive them. Hiya, hiya. Let's try that out. All right, replace so with hiya. Isn't that interesting? I'm trying to think of a sentence with the word so in it, and because you don't think of using the word so just happens. An example. It'll come. Can I post a link to my Facebook in here? And as I think 2 people have said they might be interested, just type your name and they can find you. Cindy loves wearing PJs. Nigel has yet to speak on his behalf. Night, Tiger for life. I work nights. Rest of the time, I avoid getting dressed. There is some comfort in being nude. I will say that. It is very nice being nude. The other on Tuesday, we talked on Tuesday. There was a session with Granny where we're trying to figure out who has ADHD, who was on the spectrum. What does it say? What does it say about me? I grew up in a house where there was long hallways, and next to those hallways were living areas, and next to those living areas were big windows that the neighbors could absolutely see through. And there were and I would get a thrill from like forgetting my stuff and running across those hallways naked when no one was home. So essentially, no one in my house would see me do it, but there was always the chance the neighbors might see me do it. And part of that just I used to like do it with like a little like a a bit of a cheeky giggle while doing that. So what does that say about me? And I kind of wish Grumpy Granny should have diagnosed. Maybe she's in here lurking. Maybe this is the thing that will get her to be like, "Hello, boys and girls." Just make sure there's nothing reflective when you take photos. Exhibitionism. You know what, Evelyn? Maybe it's like you live such a controlled, restricted Asian upbringing that anything remotely out of the box just feels thrilling. If it's marketplace, doesn't matter. The number of people who sell things on marketplace with like I don't want like sometimes it would be better to not know who the seller is. You know what I mean? Like there's some items you look at, you see the reflection, you're like, I don't really want to go there. Absolutely, you live that best naked life. All right, here's a question for you guys. How many of you, when you're looking at listings on Marketplace, eBay, you find yourself, what's the word? You find yourself correcting the listings in your head? If you do that, I just saw one, and my head just screamed. They had everything, right? You had enchant. It had. I'll read out. I'm not going to show you the listing, but I'm going to read out the listing to you. See if you can guess what this is. Okay. This is going to be like that thing where you guys have to guess the best toy. Disney light up Cinderella castle with figurines, 90s expendable. Expendable original 90s Disney Cinderella castle features sparkly horse and carriage, 6 original figurines, includes 3 variations of Cinderella, stepmother, fairy godmother, and 1 stepsister, missing a prince and the other sister, movable clock hands, extendable Disney fireworks. I am built holes. I'm guessing inbuilt holes for characters to stay in place. That's your hint. 2 AA batteries lighted up with on-off switch, back drawer to store figurines, little secret doors for imaginative play, including dance turntable. What do you reckon it is? It's missing 2 keywords. And this came up in my search thing. In my recommended for you. Any guesses? Any guesses? Any guesses? Stripper pool. Let me know if you want me to read it again. Good old impromptu trivia. And if some of you are staring at the monitor through the stream trying to figure out what it is on that angle, good luck. So some people guessing house. All right, I'll read it again. Matilda wants to guess. Disney light up Cinderella castle with figurines. 90s expendable. All right, that's one hint. And then the description: 90s expendable original Disney Cinderella castle features sparkly horse and carriage, 6 original figurines, includes 3 variations of Cinderella, stepmother, fairy godmother, and 1 stepsister, missing a prince and the other sister. Movable clock hands, extendable Disney fireworks, inbuilt holes for characters to stay in place, 2 AA batteries light up, and with on-off switch, back drawer to store figurines, Little secret doors for imaginative play, including dance turntable. What is it? Doll's house? Yep, we're getting pretty close. Nope, not a nightlight. Doll's house? That's the closest we've gotten so far. I'm overwhelmed by the info. See? So much information, but still missing like the 2 keywords that will allow them to get the money that they want. Not a snow globe. Expandable castle. I'll narrow it down for you, right? Expandable castle is the first. Expandable dollhouse is probably the best way to narrow. So it's expandable. It has figurines that go into inbuilt holes around the premises. I'm staring at the camera in anticipation. Someone has to know it. Come on. We've got a few doll sellers here. I reckon if Jody was here, she'd guess it. How many of you guys reckon you're better than Jody? Nope, not a bit, not a drawbridge, not a moat. Expandable Disney castle with holes that the characters go in to hold them in place. Not Lego. And this whole time, we've still got Avalon's comment about living my best naked life on screen. Nope, not a carriage, not cardboard. Oh, man. What's going on? We'll put it on the screen. Expandable castle with holes for characters to stay in place. Not Disney Infinity. Because there isn't an expendable component to Disney Infinity. It's missing 2 keywords. Like literally, they want $100 for this. It's worth $100, but they're not going to get the $100 because they're not actually using the 2 keywords that they need to get the $100. Give you another hint, okay? The figurines are this big. We're looking for 2 words that the whole listing did not have. Polly Pocket! There we go, Rob. Rob's the winner. Isn't it interesting that the guys got the answer first before the girls? That's surprising, but well done, boys. Well done. Polly Pocket. Literally described everything about a Polly Pocket without saying the word Polly Pocket. It's frustrating, right? You see this listing here, just like, if I had the item, I'd make the $100. Like, done deal. I'd make the $100 if I had the listing. But nope, not my listing. And you have to like frustratingly wait for this person to get it right. Like, ah. All right, let's educate Tom on what the Polly Pocket is. There we go. Says everything. Disney Lighthouse Cinderella Castle with figurines. Expandable. Says expandable. Says bloody I'm built holes. Back drawer to store figurines. So this is what a Polly Pocket looks like, Tom. Like a Mighty Max. Folds out, characters stay in place. Literally like a Mighty Max. Like this thing, eBay, easily $100. But nope, no mention of Polly Pocket whatsoever. Like, anyways. That was fun. Thank you everyone for playing. And turns out the boys know more about dolls than the girls do. Until our next quiz. Although Sandra and Avalon will be like, we do shift work, we're tired, piss off. Did we miss any questions? Oh wait, there was a question, wasn't it? La 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 la. I think Rob asked the question earlier before we got on this little tangent. Have you ever faced any legal or ethical challenges in your reselling business? All right, let's put that on the screen. Everyone can answer it. Love it. That's a good question. All right, everybody, have at it. All those years playing with shaving cream, Ken. Have you ever faced any legal or ethical challenges in your reselling businesses? For example, Vero or unsafe toy? It's so easy to refund that it's not really an issue. And I think most toys are not really that unsafe. Like in the States, they have this thing called jarts, like lawn darts, and that's unsafe because it's like a Nerf rocket. You kind of shoot it into the sky through. You have a pipe with air. You pump air through the thing. The dart flies, but the spike of the dart is very sharp, and people have died from that because if you imagine a dart kind of going up, a dart that long going up into the air, and then landing somewhere, right? If a kid's in the way, I reckon it would go through body, head, whatever. So that to me is an unsafe toy. Fireworks, unsafe toy. If someone steps on a Hot Wheels car and happen to scratch themselves because the car falls apart, or if the axle pumps off and you end up leaving a hole on a child and it bleeds for a little bit, but then they patch it up with a band-aid, that's not really unsafe as much as it is just a byproduct of rough play. So hiya. Yeah, it doesn't work. So when thinking about unsafe toy, for me, it's like I've had parents actually show me photos of toys breaking, but they also will preface it going, I know this is a used toy, but I wasn't expecting it to blah 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 under normal play. And then they'll describe the normal play, and I went, whoa, actually that's pretty rough because you've sent the toy off a table onto a floor. It's bound to break. It's not meant to be played that way. So if there can be a conversation about how you play with it right or wrong, it's not unsafe, so to speak. So therefore, there is unsafe because the toy itself is inherently unsafe. And then there's some kids just don't know how to play properly with toys. Like they will, yeah. So some kids don't know how to play properly with toys. Hiya. And but I've never gotten Vero before. Haven't had any listings taken down for illegal or ethical reasons. I still maintain that I'm annoyed that books get banned because of people who are snowflakes who get offended by things. I am like all the Dr. Seuss stuff that got banned, absolute bullshit. So I guess in that sense, the Vero ethical kind of thing, you do get banning Dr. Seuss's Mulberry Street is not the same thing as banning the sale of Mein Kampf on eBay. Two completely different things, but they offend essentially the same people. But inherently, one is a lot darker than the other. So I suppose when thinking about whether you should avoid bans and how you navigate that, the short answer is you don't know. You just list, you get that one knock, and then take a few steps back, or just sell in categories that are significant, that just don't have many of those restrictions, surprises. A lot of people, they do the treasure hunting thing. They get drawn into they want to be that special person that sold that one bolo for $1,000 that they paid $1 for. If you get sucked into that, then yes, you'll find yourself in a lot of situations where you're that special person with that special listing, and then you go, oh, I got banned, but why? Thanks, Paul. If I say hiya 10 more times, do I get 10 more shots? Just kidding. Thanks for the super chat. I think the fear of the surprise shouldn't be that big of a fear. You know what I mean? It's just it's more just if you get a warning, assume the worst from that warning, and then go, okay, it's probably for all these reasons. What other things can I sell that don't take all these reasons? Like there's this person on the Facebook groups who does adult toys, right? And no matter what, every time there's been every time that eBay has tried to squeeze that category out and eventually banned it, this person just constantly whinges about it, like, oh, eBay this, eBay that. I'm like, clearly the platform doesn't want that item there anymore. Just go sell it elsewhere. Maybe there's an over reliance on, and this person will say, oh, but my website will do this. Yeah, if you already have a website, you have your plan B. Why are you still insisting on eBay, right? So obviously you can't verify any of these things, but it goes to show that you are still very much in the hands of the platform. That whatever the platform wants to do, they will do. If you feel that your items can be potentially controversial, just have a plan B and sell them your own way. I lie. I actually have had a store taken down. I did do an Etsy store because my sense of humor. I was lying on a chiropractor's, my friend who is a chiropractor, and he's the kind of person that I used to, just bag out for fun. And like I would mess with him for his reaction kind of thing. And he would I was lying down there, my top off, he goes, I'm gonna do some cream work on you. And I went, makes the dream work. And then he just had a bit of a, oh man, don't start joking about cream. Anyways, while I'm seeing them going, cream work makes the dream work, thinking about little, Etsy store type ideas. Eventually we arrived at, I'm going to touch you, do you consent? And I went, how cool would that be on a t-shirt? And he went, dude, don't do it, don't do it. Anyways, I designed a whole bunch of t-shirts around the whole theme of, I'm going to touch you now, do you consent? Cream work makes the dream work. I put it on Etsy. The whole store got taken down because it was inappropriate. Which to me, I thought, no, not really, because I mean, there was no nudity. It was the logo was literally just like a gloved hand putting on another glove. That literally was, and it was meant to be like gag T-shirts for anyone who does like manual therapy. So physiotherapists, myotherapists, you get the idea, right? Like even T-shirts that just go, "I like feet" for podiatrists. And that whole store got canned just because Etsy thought it was inappropriate, which to me was bullshit. But I think that's what you mean. There's that gray area of, I guess, we'll err on the safer side. In which case, then the next place to take that product is to just have an Instagram store and a TikTok store, whatever, and figure out how to market it that way. What you're really saying is the platform doesn't want that you can still market it yourself. You can still sell it, just a lot more effort. I still really want to see a physiotherapist get given a T-shirt that says, "I'm going to touch you now. Do you consent?" By the way, the context for that was I had a friend who used to supervise student physiotherapists in hospital, and one of the students literally said that out loud to a patient, and he went, "You're not supposed to, I know what you're saying, but you're not supposed to say it that way." But luckily, the patient had a bit of a chuckle, and then that whole story made me go, this will make a really nice T-shirt, especially if you give it to like a really prudent, a really like conservative physiotherapist. Yeah, like you can't use Kevlar, you can't use what else? You can't use Velcro, you can't use onesie. It's also really misleading. Like in baby clothes, you can't use the word onesie in the title, but onesie is a style that you can select for the item. Go figure. Mm. Now I sell heaps of motorcycle jeans, and I seem to be the only one of the only resellers who uses the word Kevlar rather than line. Yep, because you figured out how to use it. That's awesome. I got a warning after I had already sold a pair of pre-owned vintage Mitch and Daffy Duck boxer shorts. eBay said that needed to add a disclaimer that they had been cleaned in my description. That's fair. Like we talked about that on Tuesday, I think that where you have to say, all clothes have been like used clothes have been cleaned or whatever. MagSafe and Lightning Apple have restrictions. That's fair. Yep, makes sense. Proprietary words essentially, right? And you can kind of see why they do it, because they don't want people selling knockoffs as the real deal. So unless it's actually genuine, they don't want people to use those terms, which makes sense. So that covers the V row. And with the ethical, I suppose you just Go with it. You do it. If it gets pulled, don't do it again. The number of times you see people on Facebook trying to rehack the listing and go, if I do it this way, can I get it? Can I sell it? Can I sell it? Like, no, they've already warned you. Don't do it. Like, it's not worth it. Um, eBay is actually not that forgiving. You just think about the fact that a 2%, at 2% defect rate, you go below standard. If you're selling what? If you sell 50 items and one of them is a defect, you already drop. Like, eBay wants sellers to be consistently doing the right thing, and their appeals processes are for the most part crap. So therefore, if you get a warning, just don't push it. It's more, unless you have a plan B and you already know how to sell elsewhere and you're trying out eBay as your second option. If eBay is your first option, you're hoping that if it works well, it will be your only option. Don't push it. Not worth it. That's where we arrive at. Cool. I'm going to make coffee and we can do another 30-minute sesh. How's that sound? I think we've done 3 30-minute sessions already. Two. Matilda, business should have public liability insurance as a minimum, then you can consider indemnity insurance. Yeah. Yep. And now's a good time to talk about it. First, new financial year, get your insurances up, your work cover, your public liability, your business insurance that covers things like theft, flood. Look at all of that. And if you're running a business out of your house, please check that your business out of your house doesn't conflict with your house insurance as well. How often do you check your eBay account each day? I'm addicted to checking. Actually, you just reminded me. I completely missed that question. I think you asked me about using multiple stores. So first question was, I think, MyPost. How many does my MyPost business link? I have the one MyPost business account because your ban is only tied to the one account. I have the biggest store gets all the information fed through integrated. The rest are manual. I technically can pay for ShipStation, but I don't want to because I don't see the point of it. Anyways, maybe in a year I might consider doing it, but for now it's not worth me paying for it for the time I save. How do I manage multiple accounts? Logging in and out nonstop. Eventually get used to it. It becomes second nature, especially when you see the value of it. My buyers see the value of it. I talk about it ad nauseum in every single live stream. My buyers appreciate the fact that I curate the store for them. They let me know that it's the place to come back to because it's consistent, it's reliable. I would never merge my stores back together, even if it meant I can save time, because I know that I'm going to dilute my buyers and they're going to get pissed off. So it's like, for example, right? If I started a YouTube channel because you guys like me as a person and all my general interests, and then eventually some of you decided, I decided to then split the channel and go, I've got a lot of basketball fan friends here, basketball channel only, reselling business channel only, and business talk channel only, parenting channel. And we do that for a few years. If in the future I merge it all back together again, you're all going to get pissed off because you're like, I didn't come here for the basketball stuff. I came here just for the parenting stuff. Or I didn't come here for the parent. I'm just here for the business stuff. I've got no kids. I like the fact that, you talk about kids sometimes. I know you got kids, but really it's just for the business stuff. It's kind of like that. So I'm at this point where I've got so many separate stores. Really, 4 stores are all in the toy category. Could really be merged into one. And it'd be a really big toy store, but I also be pissing off a lot of my repeat buyers who keep coming back. So therefore, it stays separate. And when I log on to each separate store, it also allows me to view each store separately. Therefore, the things I do for each store is separate. And that's also important because if you're gonna tailor an experience for a buyer group, the separation helps that endeavor as well. So really, even if there was an app that allowed me to log on to all of them and see all of them in one go, I don't really want to. Because the only time I want to see them all together is only for numbers accounting purposes, in which case then downloading all those spreadsheets and doing my best once every quarter gives me those numbers, and that's really all it's good for. The rest of it is the experience building part, and therefore separate. Of course, if you're addicted to checking your account because you want to see progress, then that's not productive activity either, in which case then have your cha-ching on and then don't touch your phone. If you don't hear a cha-ching, don't check. That was the puppy dog diary. That was the main question. MyPost, so main store integrated and other stores done manually. Yeah. So it's just And then sometimes, especially around Christmas time, when I get a lot of stores, then I'll just change the integration and let it sync. But after a while, you just get used to, the whole back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, changing desktops to copy paste, copy paste. It doesn't take that much longer, and especially if you're shipping every single day, it's quite quick. Yeah. Maybe if there were like 10 stores, I might consider getting the integrated shipping station thing. ShipStation is just like a platform that integrates it all and connects it, but it's like $200, $250 a month to get it. So I'm like, I'd rather use that money to make my listings more competitive. And yeah, you can change integration for sure, I think that's it. Yeah, next 30 minutes, I'm gonna make some coffee. I feel like I should give out badges to you guys. If you guys have actually been on these listing live streams for at least like 100 sessions, we should get a badge of some sort. I feel like that's a bit of an achievement, simply because from what I'm gathering, everybody does some sort of work at night, but these sessions have been. It's like we all work at night, but we've now consistently listed every Tuesday and every Thursday night, and I think that's pretty cool. So if you feel that these sessions have at least given you that little bit of focus, a little bit of sharpening, we kind of go, it has to happen Tuesday and Thursday. Yeah, 100 session badges. List going, putting it like that, I get it, because going to someone's playlist on YouTube when it should be one thing, then a random video starts playing, it's annoying. Agreed. That's it. That's all it is. You think if you think about your thanks puppy dog. If you think about your buyers, you can never go wrong. Then the question is, who is your buyer? Go figure it out. And once you do, and that's the thing with hospitality, there is a buyer group out there that you inherently enjoy serving. You're not, if you come to eBay and all you're thinking about is the money, then you end up doing the volume thing, right? It's all about how can I move as much items quickly, but it's a lot of effort for return. When you think about your buyer and you think about the fact that they come back to you, so they are rewarding your effort to acquire them. You can just imagine, in any job that you do, there are people that you enjoy working with, there are people that you enjoy serving, people that you enjoy making have a good day, right? So if you think about the items that you are selling and you want to niche down, just think about, if you are selling this item every single day, who do I want to see come to my store every single day, and who would actually appreciate the way I sell this item? You have to obviously do a good job. You can't be, if you're aloof, if you're arrogant, if you're calculative, if you are rigid and stubborn, then of course no one's going to come back unless you're cheap, right? but if you're lovable, you're understanding, you field questions, you ask questions, you take good photos, all that kind of stuff, then you get your pick as to who you like to serve, and then you just keep, whenever in everything that you do, from a pricing description to photographs, in replying, you just imagine this person on the other end and you reply accordingly. And I guarantee you, in a year, you'll notice there's a shift in your buyer base, and you'll get the pricing that you want, that you think that buyer base will also pay. And if you so it's that whole consistent branding exercise leading to consistent premium, versus I don't think about my buyer, my product and my price does the talking, which means the lower the price, the louder it talks. But a lot of us, especially on the side hustle thing, how do you get the better price given that you don't do it full time? How do you compete with someone like Tom, right? Because Tom obviously, he's got capacity, he's got efficiency, he's got so much experience. If you get into his category, how do you compete with Tom? Short answer, you do the other thing. You don't do the mass handbag, you do the Gucci handbag, right? Because Tom has no interest doing the Gucci handbag. He'll take the Gucci handbag when it comes, but for the most part, he's the mass handbag guy. He does it the same over and over and over again. If you ask him a question, he'll block you. Like he's focused on moving product. The product speaks for itself. If you ask a question, you're an idiot. That's because that's the machine. You don't have a machine, you can go create a nice experience because you have that capacity. And that's how you make that margin when you're working less time and with less people. 2 ways to go about it. Tom, you don't. Tom, that's what I say too. If someone goes, how do I get into the toy car category? Don't. Or do it without telling me. Anyone who has a fart gun as part of their job must be happy with their customers. Here. From the start of these listening sessions, my store has increased by 53%. You're welcome. You're welcome. You could save your eBay orders to a file and do a my post in. Oh, you're gonna have to do a video to show me how to do it because I'm not very tech savvy. As you said in one of my first live streams, when I couldn't figure out what buttons to press to get things done on the stream, you said, John's just figuring out computers. You're not wrong. I thoroughly enjoyed the All Years Roadshow. It would be great if that was an ongoing thing. They're trying to make it an ongoing thing, but I think it's also a hard thing to figure out the return on the investment because it's tricky to correlate. It's tricky to track what that actually does for the business. So, for example, if they did All Years Roadshow, and my YouTube channel started because of that. If they do next year's roadshow, what's going to happen out of that? Is someone else going to amplify promoting eBay, right? And so, like I did the channel after the roadshow, went to Queensland, went to the eBay stand, met the team, managed to score that eBay basketball that you see in some of the videos. If the next roadshow doesn't have that next person who does something to amplify the marketing of eBay, is it worthwhile? Because people sign on and off accounts all the time. They're not tracking whether you did it because of the All Years Roadshow or not. And it's too long of a thing to go, because of All Years Roadshow in 2022, in 2023, someone was selling $1 million. It doesn't work that way. It's very rare it works that way. So therefore, what you're really saying is how much more marketing can we get from the marketing that we did? And they did a really good job too. As you guys remember, those who went, like there was really good food, great locations. It wasn't cramped, and they got the whole team to go through, the whole roadshow. Hi, Pia. Got called a maggot today 3 times from the same customer. Oh, so sorry. Jake's here. Between having 100K active listings and being ever present in reseller live chats, when do you sleep? I'll let him answer that. I think the short answer is you sleep when you need. You just give up. You give up routine, discipline, sleep. You do it for a period of time. You recover when you need to. Go on holidays, come back, just do it again. I don't foresee myself ever actually taking regular sleep until. Yeah, Tom's answer. That's a good question, Jake. But when you are working towards something bigger than you are, you need to give up some luxuries. Yeah. So, therefore, hai kam yong ge. You sleep when you need instead of sleeping because you think you should. I'm married to somebody who, if she doesn't sleep by a certain time every single day, she starts to get stressed. Like you can see the conversation, we're having a conversation, and the closer we get to the time she needs to sleep, the conversation starts to get shorter and shorter and shorter. She's like, you can sense there's a restlessness because bedtimes are coming. I'm not like that, and Tom's clearly not like that either. Like for us, if we've had a great day taking photos and we feel super awake at 1 o'clock, we'll just keep listening to 3, 4 in the morning, go to bed, wake up the next day and go, how do I feel? If I feel great, I'm gonna keep going. If I don't feel great, I might take a nap, then keep going. That's it. How was your surprise day off enjoying with the kids? Well, it wasn't a surprise day off. It wasn't an enjoying it with the kids kind of day because I got called by my daughter having a ear infection. Like she's just apparently playing with a ear a lot. So ear infection 3 weeks ago, really bad one, pus coming out everywhere. Today, not really that bad, but still she's grabbing onto it. I think what she's realized is at the age of 3, you learn how your body feels at different times. So therefore, she's gone, this is what this feels like, and it was a crappy experience. I now feel the same thing, and she's starting to freak out. So the whole day is kind of like grabbing on her ear, but not super bad. Anyways, I managed to pack all the orders, pick up my boy, then pick her up as well because I do the pickup. So therefore, if I pick her up early, I have to pick him up early too. The school's great, let him out, and then came back, just had a nap with her. So had to lay down with her for her to go to bed, and then probably nap for about half hour, then woke up, and you can't you cannot not fall asleep when you sleep next to a toddler or little child, which is the sweetest thing. Like um, if you try and put any little kid to sleep, it's really comforting, and you end up falling asleep for the most part, and it's really sweet. So yeah, she essentially just slept off the whole afternoon. Then we took them to the doctors. Came back, played a game with my son, picked up a game at the op shop called Mars Needs Heroes. Essentially, it's one of those you draw from a deck, and then you bid from a bunch of cards blind, and then the one with the winning bid gets the cards. You have to try and get as many aliens of the same color. So that was fun. Um, I realized that my son doesn't have that same competitive killer instinct. He's very much in his head, which is something I'm curious to know whether I work on or let it be, because I was trying to teach him to, like, okay, you do this, you do this, then there's this trump card. You play the trump card, and you'll win the round. But he was more keen on keeping my best card for last, even if I don't win the round, and that kind of bothered me a bit. I don't know why. It shouldn't, but it was bothering me a bit. It's like, imagine you draw two cards, they're two different colors, and you're meant to bid your highest number if you want what's in the draft. And then if you tie, you draw again and draw again. So you can imagine if your numbers 1 to 5 and you tie on all of them, there's a trump card you can play that makes you win all of them in one go. And then I played the trump card. He got upset. I'm like, you could have played the trump card. He's like, yeah, but I don't want to keep it for later. And I went, you could have won all 10 cards. And then the next time we tied again, and of course I did it on purpose. I kind of could guess what numbers he was going to play. And then we kind of tied again. He still didn't want to play. It's like, yeah, I'm going to save it for later. And I go, the killer instinct in me wants him to just do it like now. And then that was, I was like, ah. So maybe I don't think he has it's not a strategy thing. It's more of a there's a narrative that plays in his head, and I think he envisions it going very differently. Um, yeah, and I guess some kids just don't grow up competitive, and that's okay as well. And so I have to. I think part of that parenting process is learning to be okay with the unexpected. That's probably the best way to put it. Learning to love them. Of course, we love them for whoever, however they are. And Scott's going using it for the long game, probably. On my deathbed, he'll be like, "Trump this." Paul, my son used to keep all the cards he liked the best in Marvel Monopoly and wouldn't trade or sell anything and didn't care about matching the colors. It's so beautiful, though. Seriously. Fast forward, he's brutally competitive, though. Okay, okay. There's hope. There's hope for my boy yet. All right, coffee time. I've said that already. I've said that 3 times. Coffee time, and then I'll start you guys on another timer. Do we have any first timers here that haven't said anything yet? If you're a first timer on one of these chats and you haven't said anything, let us know who you are. As you can tell, it's not just about me. Everybody wants to know who you are because deals happen in the chat. Ooh. Get my coffee. What did I miss? Did we ever find out Puppy Dog Diary's name? I feel like she's never gonna. I feel like she's never gonna tell us. It feels that he or she is never gonna tell us their name, and that's okay. Hey Tom. Ooh. I had 3 on Tuesday night, and I had 2, and then I left 1 behind, and no one seems to have eaten it. So last one's mine. Malaysian curry puff. And Tom said 9 out of 10 he would eat it on Tuesday. We're slowly figuring out what a Melbourne reseller meetup would look like, and it feels like it's gonna have a lot of Malaysian food, and I'm all for it. We'll source the best Malaysian food, make it happen. We'll have like trays of curry puffs, nasi lemak, rendang. Oh, I'm surprised how many Australians haven't actually had Malaysian food. Let me know in the chat. How many of you actually have had Malaysian food, and what do you guys think about it? Rambutan is a fruit I've never mastered because I don't like the fact that as you eat it, you always end up getting a bit of that seed stuck onto the flesh. It feels like it comes with the territory. You cannot avoid it, and I don't like that. Mouth watering it is. I know it's the best. And it's delicious. Rambutan's delicious. The thing is, it's not the nicest experience to eat though, delicious as it may be. And granted, I'm also the kind of guy who hates eating drumettes and chicken wings just because for the effort what I get back, it's not worth it. So rambutan kind of falls in that category where you don't get much for your effort, despite the fact that it tastes amazing. So that's them up. Yes, sambal stingray is Malaysian. Yeah, I think like for me, a fruit that I really enjoyed growing up eating was jackfruit. It's this giant fruit. The flesh when you take the seed out, it's still like it feels like a solid meatball kind of a fruit. So if you eat a few pieces, you feel full. I don't like fruits that you don't feel full. Like it's if you're gonna. I feel like no matter what, if you eat something, you should at least feel some sort of fullness. Even chocolate, like if you eat chocolate bars like dairy milk, right? Because there's the dairy and the sugar in it. You eat a couple of squares, you feel like you filled your stomach somewhat. Rambutan is one of those fruits where rambutan, longan, all those like stone or little fruits with seeds in them where after you eat the flesh around the seed, you don't feel full. You just feel like you've had some fruit. I don't like those fruits. So I guess by that ranking, banana ranks quite high for me because you feel full, it tastes nice. Mangoes, it's fleshy. Jackfruit, grapes, apples, oranges, because you eat an orange, you don't feel full. An orange just makes you feel like you've had an orange. With I make really good nasi lemak here. Once made nasi lemak and fed 40 people for Jen's birthday. Chili crab, yup. See, chicken feet is another thing, right? You eat it, you don't feel like you've actually eaten anything, but it tastes nice while you're eating it. So you get to choose between eating a drumstick and a chicken and chicken feet. Which one would you eat? I'm so sorry, puppy dog. So sorry. Puppy dog, if you scroll up in the chat, you'll realize that now, not only me, but some other people are wondering what your name is also. You're essentially like the mysterious person in our chat. We all love you. We all still call you puppy dog anyways, but for the first time, someone else asked what your name was. Look how oily this is. Look at that. Look at the container. Like that's how oily. This is white paper at the bottom, right? That's how unhealthy this Malaysian food actually can be. Far out. Yo, Toby, what up? Pia, I don't know how to make roti. I feel like I don't have the skin tone, if you know what I mean, to make good roti. Matilda says oil is not the devil, sugar is. All right, listing. I've had my coffee. I'm breaking my own rules. I'm talking when I shouldn't be. See you guys in 17 minutes. New toys, Grumpy Granny. What's this? Ah. And yes, first one to notice, mascots holding our sign today are Bluey and Bingo. The most wholesome set of siblings on the internet. Oh, it's lovely to have you here, Grumpy. We're looking forward to the next episode because now the world knows I was not in the next episode, and we all want to know who is in the next episode. Will you tell us, Grumpy, or will you make us wait till Tuesday? A oh, thank Puppy. Thanks again for the super chats. How well do I know all of you guys? And how well do all of you guys want to know me? Because Paul knows what I can potentially say right this moment. I'm curious. I'm curious. How well do you guys reckon you know me, and how well do you reckon I know you for me to say the next thing? It's more how comfortable do you guys feel with me, and I wonder whether the next thing is gonna just make it all fall apart or not. But it's relevant. It's relevant in some ways, and I'll tell. And Paul's like, here we go. All right. So in terms of what Retro Ranker said, yes, I am hoping to be. I am hoping. I am hoping that. Um, I have. I am hoping that the channel that my episode is the highest viewed episode still on the podcast. Maybe if they get Mel as a guest, or maybe with Mel with Tom, could be an interesting one, and I'll be dethroned. But until then, I have faith that my episode will be highest grossing for a while. Um, and the moderators and the broadcasters the same. Paul's like, so I'm not sure. So right in this very moment, right in this moment, if you guys have not noticed, I'm a bit fidgety at this chair because I have a hemorrhoid on my butt, and I'm gonna see the doctor tomorrow because it's been a bit like raw, and to the point about asking about this. Not sure how it happened. Jenny reckons I need more fiber. But long story short, I'm seeing the doctor tomorrow, and I said to her, I wonder if they'll give me a colonoscopy. And she goes to me, why would you want a colonoscopy? And I went, because the last time I had it, the procedure is invasive, but it doesn't hurt. But because they put you on general anesthetic, or they give you the choice, and you always pick general anesthetic, it's like 15 minutes of it's like a 15-minute, half an hour procedure, depending on how long they need to scope out. But it's like you feel like it's 10 hours of sleep. Like you wake. If any of you guys have been under general anesthetic, I've been under general anesthetic twice in my life. The first was the colonoscopy. The second was the vasectomy. You guys all know now. It's a 2 children thing, and that's it. So the colonoscopy, because it doesn't hurt. People say it hurts. It doesn't. You wake up essentially feeling like you've had so much sleep, and then you look at the clock, and then you realize, holy crap, I've only been under for like 15 minutes, but you feel like you've slept for what is 12 hours, because as you guys know, with general anesthetic, your whole body relaxes, and so hence and so hence with this conversation that we've had in this chat about this, hook number 1, hook number 2, how well do I know you guys, hook number 3, does Tom actually sleep? And I've done a video whether do I sleep or not. That's the kind of shit that comes out of my mouth when I don't sleep and I'm driving and I'm trying to like figure out how much I can push, how much work I can do. I'm hoping that my doctor says to me, and you guys will find out, I guess, in the next live stream, because I'm gonna see a doctor tomorrow. I'm gonna be like, yeah, these are the symptoms, and just fingers crossed, he says, I think you need to go get a colonoscopy, and then, of course, I'll be like, oh, can you let me know what's the process? Yeah, but in my head, I'll be like, yes. So, so whenever you guys hear, like top performing CEOs who take like anesthetic to fall asleep, that's essentially what it is. It's that you get injected. It's obviously not healthy. It's not recommended, but it's like you get healthy, you go, and then you go to, and then you feel like you've slept for 8 hours, even though it's only been 15 minutes. But of course, money, anesthetic, you get the idea. Yes. Have people dropped off from the stream since this story has started? Doesn't look like it. We're still a solid 20. But there you go. There you go. This is the kind of stuff you only get in a live. This is the kind of stuff you only get in a live stream. You wouldn't get it in an edited video. If you got it in an edited video, you'd be wondering why he was telling us. What's his motive? The joys of live streaming. Yes, I love the ops for the sleep. The ads that will run on this video will be wild. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting for to see what ads you get on a video that talks about medical things. Does the medical profession pay a lot for ads on these videos? Do I have permission to download this part of the video and conversation make it short and go viral? Sure, why not? It's public domain at this point. Well, Sandra, that's why the live streams are recorded. You can just earmark it at the 3 hour and 32 minute mark. So 3 hours and 30 minutes onwards, you'll get the juicy bit. Juicy, also not a term we want to use in that story. Ah, gosh, hilarious. Oh my gosh, I now realize I now realize why I now realize why my Instagram post was inspired the way it was inspired. For those of you guys, I don't know, do all of you follow me on Instagram? If not, go follow me on Instagram and you'll see what I mean. Today's reminder post was very much consistent and regular with the story. Moist. Oi. Anywho, love you all. Matilda, the clues. Uh, how do you segue back to this? Like, if I said to you guys, any serious questions about eBay reselling, you're like, fuck that. We're talking about this. So I think the only way we can segue out of this is to do another 30 minutes of listing, and then hopefully the topics will be more pleasurable. No, not pleasurable. Appropriate. Do you make a cameo appearance in the video I'm about to upload? Oh, I do make a cameo. Yeah, as a freaking skeleton, isn't it? Ring lights. I'll do it after 30 minutes. Ooh, actually, that's a good question. Jonas with the the live stream saving questions. Hey, has anyone changed anything they do or substituted? Here we go. Anyone change anything they do or substituted any packaging, etc., to be more green, environmentally friendly, open to ideas? I don't see the point. I really don't. Being Man, we're really getting to know me in this chat, because we've had a talk about footy. I said no to mullets, thinking that would get me canned, and you guys, I have some people who think that mullets are not on, so that's all right. In terms of being green, I don't care for it, not because I don't care for the environment, but because I feel like if you're starting out, it's a big distraction from actually making money. A business should always make money. And for the most part, if you're already recycling, you're not using too much rubbish, you're trying to use paper instead of bubble wrap, but it's not affecting your ability to make money, it's fine. The issue is when it becomes is when you start incurring costs to do it by paying more for the green stuff, by slowing down for the green stuff, then it's like you're not really doing anything to help your business, and your business isn't going to grow. And then, really, if you talk about having a larger green footprint, no, a larger positive green footprint, your business should grow and do more of those things, right? So ultimately, only you know what the motivation is. If you're trying to appeal to your customer base that's green, it only works if your customer base cares. If your customer base doesn't care, and if they find the green part actually annoying, don't do it. Not everybody likes green. Here's an example. Macca's have decided that they want to put their burgers in boxes. They've done it for a few years now. Everybody hates it because it's so impractical. You get a burger in a box, you still have to pick it up with your hands. The whole point of the paper is that you kept your hands clean. Every time I go to a Macca's drive-thru, I have to ask for them to put the burger in the paper, and they will do it. But every so often, I'll still get some, I don't want to say dumb, but dumb is what it is. Like some dumb teenager who goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, we can't do that." No, it's not that you can't do that. You just don't want to, or you have never been taught how to, or you were too young to know that burgers used to come in wrappers. But the point is, like, there's a benefit. That's why I'm not asking for it to be difficult, but I'm being replied to like I'm being very difficult just for asking a burger to be wrapped in paper. And you see, and so it's like, and they did it just because they wanted to be pretty. It's very much a branding exercise, like the burger to be served on paper, but it does nothing. Like it's more recyclable material than the paper that originally came in the first place. But the paper was so much better. You could take it, eat it, chuck it, and go, right? So, paper straws. There you go. Another absolute waste of effort. Like, to be green at the expense of the customer experience. And children chew on their bloody straws, right? Like, you've got. Oh, here's one that pisses me off. Okay, I don't mind paper. I don't mind paper straws in drinks. Eventually, kids can still suck straight, although the flow is a little bit slower. Boba shops having paper straws. Like, come on. Like, a kid chews on it and then they can't suck their pearls and they're like, "Oh, mommy, what do I do? Help me out." We're like half an hour from the place now. Where am I going to get another boba straw? You know. So, yeah, be green only if it benefits your buyers. I think that's where it comes down to. If it doesn't benefit your buyers, don't do it. If you think you're doing it for some sort of high moral, like some moral high ground, it's a distraction from making money. Make money first, and then you can indulge yourself down the line. I think that's what it is. Back to Tom's point about, if you want to grow and have something bigger, you have to let go of some luxuries. Being green at the start, if it doesn't benefit your buyers and doesn't lead to more sales, is a luxury. You know, it's not lean. You have to run it lean. And here's the thing: if you're doing acceptable things, you're not getting penalized for not being green as well. You know, like, just because a brand sends something in green packaging, if it's a pain in the ass to open, it's a minus, not a plus. On the brand's point of view, it's the same as the box and the paper straw. If it comes in green packaging and the buyer doesn't care, it's not a negative, but it's not a plus either. But you're incurring the cost, so technically speaking, it's still a net negative for you. So therefore, only if the buyer cares, should you do it at the start. Because if you don't do it at the start and you're doing everything acceptable, you're using the standard packaging from Australia Post, you're using bubble wrap like everybody else, it's neutral all around. And if you do great packing as a result, it becomes a plus. And you need all the pluses you can get at the start for the least amount of effort and the least cost at the start. So that's how I go about it. And then, yeah, if later on you want to be green, then you can go be green. Does that help? Matilda, in the 80s, we were told to save the environment by not cutting down trees to make product. Now, please explain why we are cutting down trees. It's the circle of marketing. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you. But it's a good question though, because I think a lot of people, when they start, they jump on every single bandwagon thinking that it will actually help their business. When it does, thinking that it will help their business when they don't even have a business yet. That's the irony of it. It's like they go, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna do this, it'll help my business." No, but you don't know what's gonna help your business. You haven't even conceptualized your business. You haven't done a bloody SWOT analysis. You haven't gotten any feedback from your buyers. You don't have any sales. How do you know it will help your business? You know what I mean? Do the basics and do the expected, get that baseline going, then add those things that will help your business and actually see if the baseline goes up or down. But until then, you just, yeah. And I feel that ultimately when you start, it's quite overwhelming. You're trying to do everything right, because you come from a job environment that's all about doing something right. There's nothing right in business. You can do whatever you want in business. I remember I had a pastor who said to me, if you're getting tattoos, but you want to be a pastor of like a Lutheran church, it's not going to happen, because it's not your demographic. It's not because tattoos are bad. But if you want to get tattoos and go, share the gospel with like bikies with tattoos, makes sense, right? You're trying to fit in. So likewise, there's no right or wrong with business. It's the whole what fits with your buyer. And I think until resellers know who their buyers are and have enough of a feedback loop going on with their buyers, there really is no place to say this works better for my business than this other thing, because really they don't know. And especially on social media, when it can be very easy to be loud with people. Oh my gosh, loud. Those of you who are on the same Facebook pages as me, you guys know who I'm talking about. There's a certain somebody, and if you know who this person is, I'm so sorry. But just like being loud and absolute about certain things, and there's a certain millennial hating boomer at the moment that's kind of doing the rounds in one of the groups. It's so easy to just be like, someone says I should be green, yeah, being green, and they're just very loud in their opinions, right? But really, they don't know. So until you know, don't do anything, and don't do any of the extra stuff. Focus on making money. Then we all can. Then within this group can be like a consistently listing and money making group, and I think that's the best. That's the best. If we were a consistently listing, not consistent money making, but consistently green group, you kind of see how it doesn't go high, it goes lower, right? We looked at changing to full paper padded mailers, and the cost is completely stupid. More than 2x. There you go. There you go. Don't clear rainforest, I think, was the thing we were trying to stop. We can cut down tree plantations and get recycled stuff easily now. 2x the cost. Yep. Paul, what did Paul say about Leah? I use tough bags mostly because they're bigger than satchels, but cardboard, so guessing can be composted or recycled for you city folk. Hey, Paul, was it when you say Facebook, you mean when you suggested it as an idea, someone like a bunch of people just got really angry at you for it? Don't get me started on how these green laws affect us in the bush. How many of you guys how many of you guys clicked on one just stop oil? Should I even say that? Will this affect my videos, Paul? Will the algorithm now? Or maybe you just have to talk about all the trending things. Like, how many of you guys actually clicked on one just stop oil video, and now your YouTube feeds are full of every like protest? You know, those people sitting on the road to stop in the UK, and every interview relating to that thing. That's my feed at the moment. People give me heaps of the brown bags, and I stick them through my shredder. Yeah. I've seen that tape that you wet for it to stick. Anyone used it? How does that work? Some woman said they were gross because they had meat in them. What? And that I was basically the devil because they're meant to be get reused. Oh my gosh. Oi. Yep, use whatever you can get your hands on, man. Trying to ban single-use plastics, including bubble mailers, plastic mailers, and sticky tape. What? I have faith that Australia. I have faith that whatever made Australia safe is going to defend us from these kinds of nonsense. When I first came to Australia, we thought Australia was safe, and you know, like in Malaysia, right? If there's one racial group that's like that has more influence than another, changes happen overnight, like that. And you know, there's no whatever backlash, whatever the media gets silenced. It's quite a censored country. And you come to Australia and you go, oh, it's actually democratic. Da 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 da. There's freedom of speech, all these freedoms. And then you realize, actually, no, these issues are in every country, because in every multicultural nation there is bound to be division of various forms. But in Australia, what I've learned is that everybody is so diplomatic that they don't make changes drastically, or it's very hard, which is what makes Dan Andrews so, what's the word, abrasive, because he just goes, we're doing this, end of story. That's a very Malaysian thing to do. Like in Malaysia, we get leaders who just go, we're doing this, that's it, and nobody argues. The party backs them completely. And so when I think of like this banning single plastic things, I'm just going, you know what, Australia is a safe country for the most part because it's just slow. Like the politicians will talk about a whole bunch of stuff, but then it just takes so long for things to get done that it ends up just being, by virtue of it being slow, it's also quite safe. There are no sudden changes, no sudden decisions that will ruin the country overnight. You don't get giant, scandals where money gets siphoned out of the government the way, like in Malaysia, our previous prime minister, I think he stole something like $1.4 billion from the government. So yeah. So when I hear all these things, I go, it's okay. We're a slow country. The tortoise speed will eventually will stop a lot of these things from happening. Yeah, just a lazy 1.4 bill. Grumpy Granny, people who grew up on farms and in rural areas were recycling and being green before it became a thing. You couldn't run to the shops, so you made do. So true, Grumpy. Italians are so much the same. I still live in the same way. All my cardboard and bubble wrap is recycled. I pour my spiced rum out of the glass bottle that becomes a perfect homemade tomato sauce bottle. There you go. There you go. Grumpy Granny, make us all make homemade tomato sauce if we do a reseller meetup. We'll all bring our glass bottles. You'll tell us how to do it. We'll all get messy with tomatoes. That'll be fun. Sweet. More listing? It's only 12:30. We've got another hour and a half to go. Well, I'm gonna go for another hour and a half. How's everyone feeling? How's everyone going? Who's being super productive? Off the bit. Night, Nigel and Cindy. Michaela. Is Eco Thrifter the one that just had a baby? Night, Jonas. Hey, Leah. Thanks, Tom. Earlier than normal, but see you on Tuesday. Thanks, Grumpy. Lot to talk about recycling. On my phone battery, that battery is sitting on about 15% right now. So I reckon we've got probably another half hour before this whole thing dies out. Shall we just keep listing and then call it a night when I see the 5% warning? We're still sitting on a strong 12. Yeah, Adam. John Roberts reporting a 15 to 20% increase in sales since he's been consistently listing Tuesdays and Thursdays. Hope your sales have been going well too. Sandra, it's interesting, isn't it? I yeah, it's a double-edged sword. I think it's good that we've gotten here, and even actually Drew talked about it. Like Drew Trott, he was talking about in today's live, the double shot live. He was saying that he did the listings live 2 sessions, then he realized he was doing less in those sessions than if he did them without going live. Of course, we're trying to multitask here. We're trying to do like a bit of a dual purpose thing, which is why if I don't talk and I set myself like a set timer, then I get a lot done. So I'm sitting on 72 listings at the moment. I reckon I'll get to about 110, 120 by the time this is done. Um, I've talked a lot more in this one. We've shared a lot of stories in this one. But if we stick to 30 and 10, 30 and 10, then it's going to be productive. So obviously the format, I can only pick one format. And I feel like with the chat and me talking, there's like two channels happening, right? So essentially we turn one channel off, which I'm just ignoring the chat for the 30 minutes for the most part. Then you get a lot done. But I think yeah, there's some people who come here and they realize they actually get more done than if they don't turn up, because if they don't turn up, they're watching TV doing something else anyways. So in a sense, that is a bit of an upgrade. And I think also with the twice a week thing, we kind of get into our own rhythm eventually. So yeah, find out what works for you, I suppose. Doing a toy bundle at the moment. When will eBay get rid of gender? No idea. And look, eBay being an American company, I doubt they'll get rid of gender on anything, because that just seems to be a hot topic there. As a parent, I loathe it. See, aren't we thankful that in Australia we're united and slow? That kind of nonsense doesn't trickle here as quickly. No reduction in send offers for me. I've seen it pretty consistent so far. Like I'm pretty consistent across the board. I'm noticing that the more I'm listing in one store, I'm getting more send offers in that store. But once again, only because not because of the listing, but because of the variety increasing. So if you're scrolling Facebook Marketplace late at night and you see something, do you message them or wait till the morning? Oh man, message there and there, everything. Like the number of times I've gotten a okay. So the question, Rob's question is, I'll put it on the screen. This is a good one. Um, if you're scrolling through Facebook Marketplace late at night and you see something, do you message and there and then, or wait till the morning? Message then and there. The reason is because if the listing was made at that time, you message them at that time. They're probably still on their phone, and as we've come to establish, most people don't think about their buyers. So you'll get somebody who is putting up a listing with toys for kids who, like, okay, say you're someone who has kids who have already outgrown their toys. You've discovered a tub of toys, you've taken photos, and you thought, too hard, can't be bothered. And the photo sits on your phone for weeks. After a while, you realize, you know what, I should probably list it. I'll try. They put it on Marketplace at 2 o'clock because that's when they decided I've procrastinated long enough, I'll do it. They have not actually even the thought that their buyer, which is a parent of a toddler or a parent of little children, is already asleep at that time. That thought doesn't cross their mind. So that just shows you that if someone puts a listing up, you just message them then and there. So that's the first thing, because there's no right or wrong, there's no perfect time. It's just whoever's fastest, which then brings to the next thing: whoever's fastest. If they happen to list something and it's a really good deal, by morning there'll be 20 messages, and the first thing is to go to the first message they saw, and if it's done, it's done. So that gives you, so the thing you should do is message then and there. Second thing is message them everything you're willing to do in that first message. So it's hi. So don't just go hi, is this available, and leave it. Literally, don't even send the hi, this is available on the message. Cross it out completely, because when someone gets a message, they see hi, this is available, and then whatever is coming next. That stuff usually blocked out because the preview only shows so many text. So if your message looks exactly the same as everybody else, you're not being competitive. Cancel that off. Say, just go. Even if you want to be cheeky and go first hi, first message, just hoping that you're the first, maybe, right? You might go, sold please. That's what I usually do. Sold please, we'll pick up today. That's what I always type first, because I want that preview, right? Which means I want it and I'm gonna pick it up. You let me know where you are, I will pick it up. And then I'll say, hi, it's like, sold please, I'll pick it up. We'll pick it up today. Let me know your address, whether you like cash or a bank transfer. That's it. And more often than not, they'll say, here's my address. Cash is fine. If you can do a bank transfer, that'll be great. Sometimes they'll say, can you do a bank transfer? I've had lots of people messaging me. If you can transfer the money, I'll take it off. I'll take it off Facebook. Done. Right? It's only suspect if they ask for the transfer when you haven't offered it. People don't seem to understand this nuance. If I offer to do a bank transfer and you accept it, it's not a scam. If someone insists on having a bank transfer, no pickup, no PayPal, before I even have a chance to see what I can do, then it's a bit suspicious. This the chicken and egg thing. So I've done that for the last 2 years, and I've gotten so many deals within the hour of the listing coming up, or even less. That lot of transformers that I keep talking about that I haven't even gotten to yet because I've got so much stuff to do. They were $2 a piece. I picked them up they were listed at $300. The buyer put them up at about, I think it was 11:45 p.m. Messaged them, negotiated by 11:50, done deal, 250. I'll pick it up tomorrow. You know what I mean? So then and there, you shoot your shot, you get it done. Don't let it sit. Don't wait. You'll miss out on a lot of lots, because you remember, we think about what's happening on the other end as well. The number of times I put out a good lot, by morning, my inbox is just filled, and I'm like, All right, this is underpriced. Message everybody. I will message back. Message back if everyone just hi, is this available? It's annoying. I'm like, well, how do I filter between all of you? I don't want to go one by one going, well, you pick up. I'll literally go and if I list something for $50, I'll be like, I just got an offer for 100. If you can meet it at that price, it's yours. Half the messages disappear. Good. We're sitting at $100 now. First one to pick up. You don't want that to happen. Close the deal. Close the deal. Close the deal. That's it. Sandra goes there and then. Yep. Liz, yeah, it depends on when it was put up. Not long beforehand, definitely. If it wasn't, and I really want the item, I'll apologize for the time sending it at the start and send the message. No apologies. No apologies. Just absolute keenness. What I've learned is if somebody is as keen as a child, it's always forgivable. It's like, oh my gosh, can I please have this? No one gets upset at that. Of course, if you're too keen, then they might be the type that goes, oh, why so keen? But if you just tell them the steps you're willing to take that will convey that it will be an easy sale for them, more often than not, you'll get it. I also had one situation where this one comes to mind. They were just around the corner from where I am, and the lady just happened to move into the house, and it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and they just happened to be sorting through stuff and went, whilst I'm sorting, I might as well take photos and list. Literally, she was like replenishing listings at 2 o'clock in the morning for Facebook. As I'm messaging her, I'm clicking on her face to see what else she was listing. More stuff. I'll take this too. I'll take that too. I'll take this too. I'll take that too. And then she was getting messages from other people as well. And I said, look, if you've got it, and she said, I'm getting people messaging me. I said, look, I get it. Look, I'm already committed to take a lot of the stuff that you're listing because they're all of interest to me. How about you just stop listing right now? I'll come in the morning. You're just around the corner from where I am, and I'll bring with me $500, and we'll work out from there. Done. And I turned up, and she showed me the boxes. She essentially lay out the steps that make it a sure thing and an easy sale. That's what you're doing. If you do that, you'll be fine, and you'll generally beat out a lot of the other people who are like, "Is this available? Is the price negotiable?" Or the number of muppets who message me when I price something to sell within the day. I'll give you this much cash. And it's always like, some dumb number lower than what I've already priced it. I'm like, no, you're one of 100 people and you think that the cash thing is what I want to hear. No, I want to hear you tell me I will give you double and I'll pick up in the next hour. That will, like, if I had 100 messages, right, and I had something priced at $50 and someone said to me, I'll give you $100, I'll come in the next hour, done. Like, I will let you jump everybody. I don't care if there's some sort of rule I need to follow. I don't care if the first person said sold, I'll come in 2 hours. If the 100th person, if that's how good a deal it is, if the 100th person says, I'll come in the next hour, I'll pay you $100, I'll take that deal and I'll give the first person some reason why it's been sold. I'll tell them my kids have changed their mind. I'll tell them a family member's picked it up. But that's what I mean, right? It's not that everybody is different, and some of you are probably getting angered by the fact that I've said this. But it's just that if somebody makes it easy, sure thing, more value, why would someone say no to you? They don't know you, right? So as far as I'm concerned, just following the breadcrumbs to more money, quicker sale, easy sale. That's it. What was it? There was I did a video about this a while ago. When I was doing a sales course when I was at the bank, they talked about the five things that every customer wants for their service. It's like Paul, I had a guy come yesterday and pick up an item he bought and paid for on April 23rd. So 5 things, right? Make money, save time, reduce risk, increase social standing. So if you can convey any of those 5, any or more, most of those 5 things in your message, you're more likely to get the deal. So, for example, they've asked for a price. They want to make money. Okay, that's the expectation. How do you give them more? If you offer more money, tick, make money. Then after that, it's save money. Maybe there is no save money involved, but then there is save time. I'm gonna come in the next hour. I notice you have other stuff that I want. Don't bother sorting through it. Just wait till I get there. Save time. Okay, and I'll help you and I'll get more stuff from you. I'm pretty sure. And then there is reducing risk. Reducing risk just simply means I'm coming, I'll pay you a deposit. Let me know. Don't come across too needy, like you're predatory. Just come across friendly, nice, respectable, like that whole reducing risk thing, increasing the level of comfort. And then that one about increasing social standing. Increasing social standing could be anything from empty praise to you've got great taste in stuff. All the stuff that you seem to be listing, stuff that I want. I've got this collection. Oh my gosh, we're so similar. 4 out of 5, right? Most people in their messages, they don't even convey 2 out of 5. So if you're doing that 4 out of 5 thing, done. On principle, done. Matilda, so one of those things. Make money, save time, increase social standing, reduce perception of risk. Those 5 things. So making money could be I offer you more money than what you're asking because it's such a good deal. Saving money could be I'll bank transfer the money to you instead of PayPal so you save on the fees. Saving time could mean the stuff that you're listing, I'm sure you have more things. They could say something like, I can meet you somewhere. You go, no, don't worry, I'll meet you where you are. They could say something like, I'm just going through some of the old stuff. We've still got so much stuff we haven't listed yet. That's okay. Don't bother listing them. I'll come in the next hour and I will go through it with you. I'll probably take more things anyways. Potential to save time. Reducing risk. If you turn up, you're friendly, you're nice, you've got a decent display picture instead of a picture of some random cartoon. Trustworthy. And then the last one is increasing social standing. That one's a bit vague, but essentially all it means is making them feel good about themselves. So you could say, man, you've got great taste in stuff. I like the things that you're listing. I need those things for my collection, and you've got them all. I can't believe you live so close to me. Oh my gosh, I would so love to do business with you. Like, there you go. 5 things. If you can convey all those 5 things in any transaction, you're more than likely to close the deal. The problem is a lot of people tend to fixate on the money if they're money focused, or fixate on or if they don't value their time, they don't understand that time is even a factor. Some people get so sucked into the fact that everything is safe, they don't understand that some things are risky for some people. A simple example, right? When I used to work in the bank, I would have customers who would come and would find it very hard to put money in a bank because they don't trust institutions. But you can imagine, I would have colleagues who would be like, we're the bank, we're safe. Well, how would you not trust them? No appreciation of the fact that there are people in the world who view banks as very risky things. Especially if you live in Australia, where you get where people migrate from anywhere and everywhere. Not every country has a secure banking system. So recognizing provides you the thing to say to provide that value. And here's the thing: you're not actually doing anything extra. You're just acknowledging and stating, and that already ticks 1 box. How cool is that? And then the last one, that social standing thing, is really about finding that common ground and helping them to see. So it's 2 ways, right? You can either, if you are in a better position than they are, elevating them to that position. So it could be something like, I'm a collector. I know these are toys, but these are collector's toys, and I would love to add these things to my collection. You can imagine this person who never thought they had taste suddenly goes, oh my gosh, I have good taste. Right? But the other thing with social standing that isn't discussed also is the fact that if you can help somebody see themselves as better than they were. So if you find yourself in some random conversation about someone's dreams or what they hope to be, and they would tell you random stories, and then you say to them, you sound like a really creative person. I like how now you're doing stuff with your creativity. I mean, that you were telling us that story, and that was like, if that was in a book, I would totally buy that book. You've essentially made this person go, my view of myself today is better than my view of myself just a few moments ago. And that in itself is already an increase in social standing. So that's another, that once again is acknowledged and state. That's it. And it frames that whole interaction in your favor. Yeah, Rob's like, and here's John's next video. Pretty much. You noted that I started from scratch, and I was like, I'm gonna put it on the screen. Let's and to Sandra's point about so many things to keep track of, that's a live stream, right? It's like Question. Oh, let's turn into a video. Let's go back to listing. Yeah. Fair enough. Did that that did make sense and true. If someone really didn't want to be woken up, they wouldn't have their phone on. That was my concern messaging someone late. I'm of the impression that everybody's phones are silent nowadays. I don't think anybody actually has their phones ringing constantly. The only time I ever have my phone not on silent is if I'm taking photos because I like to hear the shutter sound. Apart from that, my phone's generally on silent most of the time. And because the only person who is linked to my phone is Jen, and if she really wants to get me, she will do the find my iPhone thing, and then my phone will go make that find that when you find your phone sound. If you can't find it, that's it. The cha-ching doesn't work because I've got so many accounts. But I can imagine if you had only one account and you had thousands of items and you sold, let's say, 1,000 items a month, that's like 30 cha-chings a day. That's quite nice. That would be quite nice. Yeah. Until I forgot to take my phone off silent. How give me a bit of feedback. How have you found what rewatching the stuff that we talk about in the live streams as standalone videos? Do you find that upon starting the video, you go, yeah, I already know that, and then you tune out? Because I'm not going to take any offense to you guys like not watching my videos in full, because that's just YouTube, right? YouTube, most people don't watch the videos in full. They will watch until they go, yeah, fair enough, and move on. And so, have shortening the live streams into the various topics, have you found rewatching them actually helpful? Because I don't want to keep, obviously I want to keep making content, but only if it's helpful, not for the sake of making content. So therefore, thus, let me know your thoughts based on what your experience. Got to gauge the have to gauge the customer base. Did you mean to say synopsis, or did you actually mean hypnosis? Hypnosis. Hypnotic. I scroll past because I've watched already. No, that's fair. That's fair. My phone hasn't done that cha-ching since my first sale. Well, that's sad. Time to get a new phone, maybe. I actually started cutting the live streams also because somebody commented that whenever they see a video that's longer than half an hour, they essentially avoid it. And I was like, yeah, I can see that, because you don't really know what you're getting. There are very few instances where there are very few instances where I would want to hear a whole thing because I'm that intrigued by somebody with that many thoughts. Um, yeah, the long drive and dives have done really well though. Like they've gone for about an hour and a bit, hour and a half, and they seem to do pretty well. Like people seem to like to watch the whole thing to the end. Um, I have 3,400 subscribers. Why do I care about the 30 to join the live? Because if you join in the if you join in the if you join in the lives, it's like a next level commitment. It's like you guys, I don't know how to say it. It's like because you guys who know me the best, I suppose. You actually see this is real me, not the edited version of me. Although I don't know how to edit me. Like a lot of this extra stuff, like the candid stuff, doesn't come out in the edited versions. I think it's yeah. I actually almost feel like the content, the cut up content, is a lot better than the stuff that I try and do without the live component because it just doesn't feel as real. It's not as real, but it's that you get what I'm trying to say. It's 1:30. Like long videos, play in the background. Don't edit yourself. Like listening while working. Cool. Um, cool. How are we doing? Shall we call it a night? La 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 la. Do bali do. It's the happiest song I know. Oh la 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 la. Has anybody seen Dogman the musical? I really want to see Dogman the musical. I only discovered the soundtrack recently. I'm like, ooh, it's like it's my favorite soundtrack. I really like it when I discover a soundtrack that my kids like, that my kids enjoy because it's like a kids show, but it's done in a way that grown-ups still enjoy it. Yeah. I just don't like the long videos that repeat what they say 10 times. Some US YouTubers do a lot. Yeah, those ones are like long for the sake of being long. You know the ones I don't like, right? And I get why they do it, but I don't like it. It's the whole all right, we're gonna talk about this, and I'll get to why in a second. But first, and then they do this like long ass detour, and you go, I can't even scrub the video to know at what point she starts talking about the thing that you meant to talk about. It just pisses me off. You know, like just talk about the thing and move on to the next thing, or just split into different videos. But I get why they do it because of the whole algorithm thing. They're trying to like slice as many ads and mid roll ads in between. I get it. I get the whole monetization side of it, but yeah. Have you seen the movie Back to the Outback? Yes, such a good movie. That's such a good movie. Those hour-long shed flip ones could do with some trimming down though. Someone suggested that I should do a newsletter of some sort. What do you guys reckon? Because apparently, oh, thanks, Matilda. Yeah, the drive ones are really nice to do because apparently, plus like it's just the whole find a way to get find a way to get email addresses so that if YouTube decides to can your account, at least you've got your customer base still kind of in your possession. Like apparently that's the contingency plan thing. Um, so like if you do a newsletter, what do you actually put in the newsletter? Mm. It's like the defense mechanism against being platform reliant. That seems to be the only reason why. Yeah, it'd be for my benefit, but obviously I don't want it to be just for my benefit. So therefore, uh, thinking about what to put in that newsletter. Newsletters. I found if you talk about too much and you try and tell too many things, people just end up not reading any of it because it's just reading is just hard. It pretty much needs to be like a newsletter for one thing, and then it just like enough of an update that you feel that you're getting the up that you're getting the special update, but not too much of an update that you feel like it's an effort to keep up with the update. Hmm. I had my business and personal account cancelled because an employee logged into his personal account at work, and when he got restricted, they matched IP addresses. Holy crap! Damn! Everyone is time poor. So much in inboxes, you just scroll past. Hmm. So the thing, Matilda, I think the with email with newsletters, the idea behind that is you offer something of value that is a regular thing, and in exchange you get given an email address. Even if nobody reads the newsletter, the fact that the newsletter comes in regularly and it isn't an annoyance reminds the person that you are still there. Then when you do launch something that is of value, it could be like a course, it could be like an event, it could be like a reseller meetup, it could be a new t-shirt, whatever it might be, then essentially your then essentially you would just title the email in such a way that you don't scroll past it because you're like, oh, something new. And then you click on it and then you engage them again. So if YouTube decides to cancel your account, if Instagram decides to take your account for whatever reason, you always have those email addresses that allow you to then start the new thing and people can find you again. That's the whole idea. So that's why I'm thinking about the newsletter thing. And I've always wanted to be a good writer, not just a good talker. Um, I used to journal in the past, write notes in the past, and I did actually blog in the past as well when I was in finance, and did get good feedback on that. So there's a sense of where do I put the text based thing, because talking and text, two different things, they hit differently, and not everybody likes to hear. Some people do like to read at their own time in the quiet. Yeah. Today I was looking at grass. I found myself staring at one blade of grass, and then I stared at another and another, and then eventually I forgot which blade I was staring at initially. The internet's kind of like that, isn't it? This vast space. It's so easy to get distracted. And that is why your listings must be engaging, because people forget they can start on your listings and then end up somewhere else. And then their way back to where they started. Have beautiful listings. Now this is 145, John. All the randomness comes out. Hmm. When did you figure that out, Matilda? Oh, life's more fun when you're clowning around. Well, thank you everybody for a productive live stream. Wishing you a fantastic Friday and terrific weekend. I've got hard rubbish coming next week. So tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, it's just going to be lift, sort, lift, sort. I'm hoping to get my garage reorganized by next week. That'll be interesting, but I reckon I can do it. Gonna do some before and after photos as well. I know, still 12 in the chat. Isn't that interesting? Nobody wants to go to bed. Everyone's afraid of the Pokemon. Whoa, Paul. Sorry, I missed your comment. Pesa got it back for me, but without them, there was no recourse, which is broken. Yeah, it's tricky. It's scary though, like the whole being banned from eBay. Like it's yeah. Which is why, to the initial point, I think was it Rob or Jonas who asked the question? Like, once you get the warnings, just stay clear. Don't even try and push the issue. Not worth it. Too much effort trying to get an account back. Mm. YouTube lets you run ads in the live streams after it gets recorded. So if somebody re-watches it, you can run ads. But I don't think you can run ads actually in the streams itself. Thrashing meat work. You sound sleepy, John. Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah, I'll have a look. No, it's well, unless I'm not figuring it out right, which I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I don't actually know how to do it. But when I looked at it, it's like you can't turn it on until after. So it's like it's essentially only on a recording that you can. Which is fine. I mean, everyone's been super generous. Two live streams with super chats. I'm just grateful I get to do this. So much better than working alone. All right, let's call it a night. See you guys on Tuesday. Let me know if there are any questions you want to cover. Message me on Instagram. Do good work. Have an awesome weekend. Oh, okay, cool, Paul. I'll check it out. Night.